Welcome back, audiobook lovers. Today, we're diving into the heart of chaos with Vault Inferno Peta 2 by Leigh. The explosive continuation of a gripping saga where survival isn't just a choice, it's a battle. In this high-stakes sequel, the flames of rebellion burn hotter than ever. As secrets unravel and alliances are pushed to their breaking point, our characters are forced to face a brutal reality. Not everyone will make it out alive. With a narrative steeped in tension, betrayal, and raw emotion, Inferno Peta 2 takes us deeper into a dystopian world where the line between right and wrong has all but vanished. If you're drawn to stories that blend fast-paced action with dark, thought-provoking themes, this audiobook is sure to pull you in and keep you guessing until the very last second. So plug in your headphones and let's unlock the vault once more. Chapter 1. Breathe. I told myself as I struggled for air, feeling as if the walls were closing in on me. Time seemed to stop, yet the ticking of the modern grandfather clock still echoed in the large space. Blinking, frozen in place, I watched the pendulum swing back and forth, over and over, reiterating the old adage that time waits for no one. Time marches on. Time is fleeting. Once upon a time, I met a man. He opened my eyes to things I've been blind to, opened my heart to feelings I never thought possible, opened my mind to ideas I'd been ignorant of. Once upon a time, I felt something I didn't think existed in real life. I offered him my heart, albeit guardedly knowing it was probably too good to be true. Once upon a time, this man used me, I think. The truth was, I didn't know what to think. As I stared into my ex-fiancé's cold, hard eyes, as I tried to figure out which way was up, the last few days replayed in my mind. Running out on my wedding to Brock, hopping on a plane to Rome, finding myself intrigued by the handsome stranger named Dante sitting across the aisle from me. Our paths crossing again at the restaurant he owned, unbeknownst to me, propositioning him for a night of passion. Our one night of passion turning into several. Brock somehow tracking me down and now standing in front of me in Dante's apartment, telling me they were brothers. I searched my brain hoping to find some clue, any clue, that this was just another one of Brock's lies. I didn't want to believe him, but I had doubts about Dante's intentions from the very beginning. "Oh, you didn't know?" Brock's condescending voice cut through my thoughts as he placed the copy of Dante's book he'd been holding back on the side table. I'd never noticed it sitting there before. Probably because I didn't exactly spend much time in the living areas of this apartment. The thought sickened me even more. I returned my eyes to Brock's, subtly shaking my head, my motions barely noticeable. A feverish chill suddenly enveloped me, and I wrapped my arms around my stomach, trying to warm myself. My gaze floated back and forth between Brock and the photo of Dante on the cover of his book. Bile rose in my throat, nauseated by this turn of events. How could I not see it before? He'd seemed familiar from the beginning, but I thought it was because of his celebrity status. Now I knew that wasn't the only reason. While Dante was infinitely more muscular and had a darker complexion, the eyes were unmistakable, dark, deep, unforgiving. They both had their father's eyes. "And here I thought you simply did it to get back at me," Brock continued, when I remained silent. I hugged myself even tighter, a sour taste in my mouth, as I dropped my chin to my chest, ashamed. All I could think of was how I'd willingly given that man, that fraud, my body, how he'd done things to me no respectable person would do, how it was all an act. 1,000 questions fought for attention in my mind as my limbs grew weak, a thickness forming in my throat, in my chest, in my heart. I struggled to reconcile the Dante who'd mused at me with more admiration and devotion than anyone in my life, with the idea of a Dante who simply slept with me for some ulterior purpose. What could that be? Sibling rivalry? Dante mentioned his father abandoned him and his mother. Did he only pursue me because he held a grudge against Brock for having everything he never did? That didn't seem right. Dante had done extremely well for himself, better than Brock or the rest of that family. Dante Luciano was a household name around the world. Brock and James Harrison were only known in political circles. "Come now, Ellie." Brock stepped toward me, the crazed look in his eyes softening. Still shocked by this unexpected news, I remained paralyzed, unable to move. He wrapped me in a tight embrace. It didn't feel loving, warm, or caring, unlike Dante's. It was possessive, and not in an endearing way. It was forceful, resolute, like a captor ensuring his captive, his property, his chattel, couldn't escape. We all make mistakes. I'm an understanding man. I'm willing to overlook this momentary lapse of judgment, the arms crushing me, making my skin burn. I pushed out of his smothering hold, my brain finally firing again. Momentary lapse of judgment. Incredulous. My voice rose in pitch as I straightened my spine. If memory serves, I left you because you're fucking your secretary. If anyone's guilty of a lapse of judgment, it's you, Brock. His expression hardened, the vein in his neck throbbing. That's completely irrelevant, Ellie, he spat. Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was when you so conveniently didn't show up at our wedding? He clenched his fists, his eyes untamed as he stalked toward me. I backed up, desperate to keep my distance. People are still talking about it. Footage has been played constantly on the national news. It's gotten over 10 million hits on YouTube. Nostrils flaring, he gripped my arm with excruciating force. I yelped, struggling to free myself. "I'm done playing nice, Ellie," he sneered, tugging at me as I pulled back, digging my heels into the floor. I didn't get this far just to be the joke of Congress. Spittle formed at the corners of his mouth as he bared his teeth like an untamed beast, his face reddening. "You will leave with me. You will issue a public apology to the effect that you got cold feet. And rest assured, you will marry me the second we land on American soil. I am not going to let you destroy everything I've worked for. This time, I'll make sure you can't run away from me." Over my dead body, I shot back, using every ounce of strength to try and pry his hands from me. Or did you not pay attention in your family law class? In law school, consent is required for a marriage to be valid. Nothing you do or say could make me say those two words to you, Brock. I'm done being my parents' puppet, being your puppet. That Ellie is dead. The new Eleanor will never marry you. I gave one final push, finally breaking from his grasp. I stalked toward the front door, taken by surprise when he grabbed my arm, once more preventing my escape. Before I could react, he backhanded my cheek, the force of his unexpected assault, knocking me to the floor. Disoriented, I attempted to get back on my feet, but Brock was on top of me before I could. He pushed me onto my back, covering my body with his. I kicked and flailed to no avail. "Is this what you want?" he roared, pinning my arms by my head. "You think I wouldn't see the bruises on your wrists or the mark on your neck? Is that what you like?" His lips curled into a sinister smile. "Being treated like the slut you are? If that's what it takes, I have no problem giving you what you want, what you deserve." My heart racing, I shook my head, trying everything in my power to free myself. No matter how hard I kicked, no matter how much I struggled, it was no match for his strength. Without warning, he clamped his teeth onto my neck. The pain unbearable. I screamed, tears staining my cheeks. "Stop!" Brock pulled back, grinning at me with disdain. "Stop? I thought this was what you liked, Ellie." "Not like this. Not with you," I choked out through gritted teeth. Never with you." Glowering, I spit in his face. It would only anger him more, but I no longer cared. I wasn't going to let this animal drag me back home and force me into being the girl I used to be. His expression growing even more savage, he released his hold on my wrists and reeled back, landing another hard blow to my cheek. Despite the pain radiating through my face, I used the opportunity to knee him in the balls with everything I had. Caught by surprise, he groaned, shouting out numerous expletives as he rolled off me, clutching himself. I scrambled to my feet, dizzy, lightheaded, desperate to get as far away from Brock as possible. As I rushed through the living room, a hand grasped my ankle, and I tripped, landing on my stomach with a loud thump. The force of the fall knocked the wind out of me. Brock crushed my body to the floor, smothering me with his. He wrapped his arm around my neck, placing me in a chokehold. "I'll do it," he hissed, his breath like knives on my skin as I fought for air. "I'll just keep applying more and more pressure on your windpipe until you can't fucking breathe at all." Why, I struggled to ask. Why? What? Why does it matter whether you marry me or not? I squeaked out, my vision becoming blurry as I did everything I could to fight. "Because of your little stunt, my approval ratings have taken a nosedive," he sneered. "It's an election year, and my opponent is now ahead in the polls by over 20 points. People think there's a reason you didn't want to marry me." He paused. I could sense the wheels spinning in his head. With Brock, that was never a good thing. At first, I figured I could fix this by making sure you went through with the wedding. But there may be a better way, a way that would ensure I capture all the sympathetic voters as well. Imagine how the fine citizens of California will feel when they hear, "I flew halfway around the world to win back my heart, my soul, the love of my life, only to find she'd been kidnapped by some lowlifes and beaten to within an inch of her life. How I sat by your side, begging you to regain consciousness." He tightened his arm around my throat. I strained for air, my eyes closing. But it just wasn't enough. He finished with dramatic sincerity. "You'd kill me just to win re-election," I whispered. He said something in response, but everything had become muffled, unclear. I fought to stay alert, to break free, but my vision grew darker, fuzzier, my muscles weakening. As I fell deeper and deeper, I heard the faraway sound of a door opening and closing, as if in a dream. Maybe that was all this was. Maybe I'd wake up in Dante's bed to find out none of this was real, that this was simply a manifestation of the guilt I had shoved into my subconscious for years. "Wake up, Ellie," I said to myself, hoping it worked. I needed to wake up from this nightmare. I needed to be free. "Wake up, Ellie. Wake up, Ellie." Instantly, the weight crushing me disappeared, and I gasped, drawing in a welcome breath of air. My eyes fluttered open when a deep, accented voice shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" A pair of warm arms wrapped around me, lifting me off the floor. Disoriented, I stared into Dante's dark eyes, the lines on his brow creased with worry as his vision raked over me. There was something new in his expression. Gone was the flirtatious, sensual, mysterious man I thought he was when we first met. Instead, he gazed upon me with concern, relief, and fear. It was so raw, so vulnerable, so real. "Thank God you're okay." He pressed his lips against my forehead, holding me tighter still. The way his arms embraced me made me feel as if he'd never let go again. He murmured what sounded like a prayer in Italian, his pounding heart drumming against my body. "Grazie a Dio, grazie a Dio." He kept repeating it as he carried me to the couch, placing me onto it. I heard a shuffling. Then Dante tore his gaze from me, his eyes fierce. "Don't even think about it." I stared, still unbalanced, as he rushed toward the front door. He landed a powerful left hook to Brock's jaw, then shoved him against the wall. "You don't get to slink away that easily." His voice grew louder, and more demanding with each word. You don't get to come into my home, hurt someone I care about, and not be held responsible for your actions. Your father won't be able to get you out of it this time. His sphere of influence doesn't quite spread this far across the Atlantic. Dante reached into his pocket with his free hand, his other arm holding Brock against the wall. As he retrieved his cell phone and began to make a call, all the possible repercussions of Brock's actions here today ran through my head. Each one was worse than the previous, all of them preventing me from enjoying the one thing that had evaded me for years: freedom. I couldn't give that up. I'd finally had a taste of what it was like to be me. If I didn't do something, I'd have to kiss it all goodbye. Stop! I forced out, jumping from the couch and rushing toward Dante, grabbing the phone from him, still a little dizzy. I placed my hand on the wall, steadying myself. He looked at me, frowning, confused. "Eleanor," he said in an uncertain tone. "Don't, please." I swallowed hard, grimacing and briefly grabbing my throat to soothe the ache. "I don't want the police involved. If you think I'm just going to let this man come into my house and hurt you." He trailed off, obviously, struggling to maintain his composure. His chest heaved, his brows furrowed, panic visible in the way he carried himself. Shaking his head, he continued, "I can't let him get away with it." "You have to." "No, I don't," he insisted, his jaw tightening. "Yes, you do," I said more firmly this time. I pushed off the wall, giving him a pleading look. "You said you wanted to give me my wings to free me from my old life." I leered at Brock. I would give anything to stand back and watch him be hauled away in a pair of handcuffs. Maybe in a different place, a different time, I would have gotten the authorities involved. But at this place, at this time in my life, I valued my freedom more than Brock's imprisonment. "If you call the police, I'll deny anything happened. But the bruises," his eyes scanned my body, "I'll tell them the truth. That things got out of hand in the bedroom." He stared at me, his mouth agape, hurt and frustration evident in the lines around his eyes. "Why?" "Because, Dante." I drew in a deep breath, trying to hide my pain from Brock's assault. If the police get involved, everything I've felt these past few days will be gone." My chin quivered at the thought. I straightened my spine, doing my best to reel in my emotions, especially in front of Brock. This will be headline news. A trial could take months, years. I'll be forced back into that life I struggled to escape from for 28 years. If I'm sucked back in, I don't know if I'll be strong enough to break free again. "Of course you will, Eleanor, you." "Please, Dante. Maybe I'll come to regret this decision. But if there is such a thing as fate, as you seem to believe, you must also believe in karma." He nodded subtly. "Then the universe will make sure he eventually pays, but without also clipping my wings." Dante closed his eyes, biting his lip. His jaw clenched, every muscle in his body seeming to tighten. Reluctantly, he released his hold on Brock, standing protectively in front of me. "Good decision, Ellie," Brock snickered, his cocky attitude returning as he dusted off his pants, paying particular attention to a wrinkle around his knees. "No one would believe you anyway, and I'd make sure everyone knew exactly what kind of degenerate you are, how you get off from being beaten." Dante's nostrils flared, the vein in his neck throbbing as he leaned into him, his face turning red. "Don't you dare talk about her that way. If it were my decision, you'd be spending the next few decades of your life locked away. However, since I'd never assume I know what's best for another person, you get a pass this time. But if you so much as look at Eleanor the wrong way, again I will destroy you and your entire family." "Is that a threat?" Brock wiped a few droplets of blood from his lip, a smug look about him. I considered rethinking my decision, the arrogance on his face from not having to be held accountable for his actions eating at me. I wondered how many other times Brock had gotten a pass from suffering the consequences of what he'd done. "Not a threat," You may not pay for your actions today, but one day you will. Doubtful. Power and money can buy a lot of things, including silence. Straightening the lapels of his suit jacket, Brock pushed off the wall, sneering. Good seeing you again, bro. Dad sends his love. His lips curled into a pretentious smile. Actually, he doesn't. You know as well as I do that he doesn't give a shit about you. Dante leaned into him, his fists clenching. I am not your brother, and James is not my father. Now get out. Seemingly unaffected by the entire ordeal, Brock turned around and headed toward the front door. Unable to let him simply walk away with such an air of confidence, I scrambled after him before Dante could stop me. Brock, wait, I called. He spun around, his head still held high. Yes, good luck trying to fuck your secretary with an ice pack on your balls. Before he could react, I grabbed him by the shoulders and rammed my knee into his groin. All the kickboxing classes I'd taken for my wedding paid off as I looked at the agony washing over his expression, his eyes scrunched tight. As he crouched down, his face turning red, I pushed him out of the apartment, slamming the door. Closing my eyes, I inhaled a deep breath, allowing the nerves and adrenaline from the encounter to wash off me. I felt physically exhausted, as if I hadn't slept in days. I wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and pretend this morning never happened. But I had too many questions. I needed the answer to one in particular. Eleanor, Dante began. I turned toward him, my lips pinched into a tight line. He tried to reach for me, but I slinked away. I just need to know one thing, Dante. I placed my hands on my hips, my eyes narrowed. Anything. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. He clasped his hands in front of him, prayer-like. I squared my shoulders, bracing myself for the answer I feared would come. When I asked you to sleep with me, did you know who I was? He stepped toward me. Eleanor, it's not. I retreated, holding my hand up. Yes or no, Dante? It's a simple question, one that doesn't require any explanation. No excuses, no lies. I briefly looked away. After everything I've been through with my parents and Brock, please give me the courtesy of being honest. I peered at him, blinking back the tears I'd been able to keep at bay for the past several minutes. Yes or no, I squeaked out, my voice barely audible. Dante hung his head, his formidable stance appearing unguarded and vulnerable for the first time since I met him. I didn't even need to hear his response to know the answer. Yes. I inhaled a shaky breath and bit my lip to stop my chin from quivering. But nothing could prevent the excruciating ache from building in my heart at the knowledge I had put my trust in a man who was no different than everyone else in my life. I was just a pawn in whatever game Dante was playing too. I'd been stupid to think otherwise. That's what I thought. I pushed past him, grabbing my purse off the coffee table. Eleanor, he pleaded, following me. I ignored him, not wanting to hear his excuses. This one lie tainted everything I thought I knew about him. How could I believe anything he told me again? Eleanor, he said once more, but I still refused to listen. As I reached for the handle on the front door, he grabbed my wrist, forcing me to look at him. I winced in pain. He immediately dropped his hold on me. I'm sorry. I cut him off. I don't want to hear it. Not now. Not ever. I threw open the door and dashed from the apartment, wishing I'd never gotten on that plane. Chapter 2. I hurried past the Spanish Steps, the world around me spinning. It felt like every person walking by was staring, judging, disgusted by what I'd allowed Dante to do to me, how easily I'd fallen into his lies. Yes, my blood boiled at what Brock had done, how he'd broken into a place I thought was a sanctuary in this foreign land. Nothing could have been further from the truth. And the truth was, Dante used me. I'd told him everything. Well, almost everything. Everything except who I was. But I didn't need to. He obviously knew. He knew what I'd been through with my parents and Brock. Yet he still lied to me, treating me with the same disrespect as everyone else. I didn't think I could ever look at him the same way again. Not that it mattered. This was just supposed to be a short-lived fling with no feelings, no promises, no emotions. Then why did my heart hurt more from this deception than it had when I walked in on Brock screwing his secretary? Why did my soul feel like it had been crushed? Why did my skin still ache to feel his hands on it? The absence of his touch, burning my flesh like an addict, fighting through withdrawal, wiping away a few unwelcome tears. I flew past designer store after designer store. Armani, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Salvatore, Ferragamo, Fendi, before stopping in front of a restaurant. I just wanted to feel numb for a minute. I didn't care that it wasn't yet noon. I needed a glass or maybe a bottle of something strong. I was in a daze as I stepped up to the host stand and asked for an outside table, ignoring her obvious stare at the bruise on my neck. I quickly rearranged my hair to cover it, hiding my wrists behind my body as well. Once I was seated and the waiter had returned with my wine, I took a sip. The alcohol helping me relax enough to try to figure out what my next move should be. I came to Italy to get away from everything. Now I just wanted to get away from Italy. My frustration boiled inside me at how blind I'd been, how naive I was. I never thought twice about why someone like Dante Luciano would be interested in me. Fairy tales weren't real, and yet for the past several days, I'd been living one. That should have tipped me off. I took another sip of my wine, sneering at all the happy couples walking by on the streets of this city. I'd lived most of my life alone, but at that moment, I'd never felt more lonely. I would have given anything to have Mila with me to hug me and tell me I'd get through this, that Dante didn't matter, that I didn't need him to have that fresh start I deserved. Pulling my phone out of my purse, I powered it on, then pressed Mila's contact. I didn't even stop to look at what time it was in California. If Mila saw me calling, she'd pick up. She was the only person who'd always been there for me, no matter what. "Hello," she answered groggily on the third ring. "Hey," I responded, trying to mask the tremble in my voice. "Ellie." I heard the concern in her tone. Her husband muttered something in the background, but she quickly shushed him. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Was I? I didn't know how I could possibly answer that question. I'd need some sort of standard in relation. I wasn't okay now, nor had I ever been. I wondered if I ever would be. No Mila. I choked out the compassion I felt from my only friend in the world, causing the floodgates to overflow the dam that had kept my tears at bay for years, breaking. "I'm not okay." "Oh, Ellie," she soothed. "What happened?" "Brock found me." "He what?" A refrigerator door slammed shut in the background, and I could picture Mila raiding her fridge. I would have given anything to be in her kitchen. The home she'd built with Stephen. Her husband wasn't as big and luxurious as I had been accustomed to, but the love surrounding me within those four walls made me feel richer than any bank account could. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I answered quickly, in no rush to relive his attack. His balls may need a permanent ice pack attached to them, but I'm okay, relatively speaking. "Then what's wrong?" I bit my lower lip, unsure where to even begin. "How did he find you?" She pushed when I remained silent. "All I can think of is his brother told him. Adam. How would Adam know where you are? No, I sighed. Not Adam. His other brother. She didn't say anything for a moment. He doesn't have another brother. Just his sister Helen. Well, apparently he does, but it was news to me too. Technically, I guess they'd be half-brothers, but still. Ellie, you're not making any sense. Who's his brother? Or half-brother? Or whatever? I drew in a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation I was about to have. Dante. Dante Luciano. The line went quiet. I imagined she was sitting at the kitchen table or on the couch, a pint of ice cream in her hand, her jaw hitting the floor. Mila, are you still there? I'm sorry, there must be something wrong with our connection. For a minute it sounded like you said Brock's brother is Dante Luciano. I did. Dante Luciano. The Dante Luciano, the hot chef. One and the same, I sighed dejectedly. Holy shit, Mila exclaimed, then lowered her voice. Damn, I now know where all the good genes went. He's my free pass. Your free pass. I sat back in my chair, the ache in my chest temporarily lightening. Something about the familiarity of speaking with Mila made me feel as okay as I could possibly be. Yeah, if I ever had the opportunity to bump uglies with him, it doesn't count as cheating. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure Steve picked him as his free pass too. He's got a serious boner for him. A few years ago, he was doing a one-man show in Hollywood, talking about his travels and stuff, and Steve made me get him tickets. Anyway, how did you find out he was Brock's brother? She finished without taking a breath. I didn't know that. I didn't either, and I did my research on the guy. Brock. No, I exhaled. Dante. In the silence, I heard the wheels turning in Mila's head. Ellie, why would you be reading up on Dante Luciano? You told me I needed to have hot Italian sex, so I kind of propositioned someone. You propositioned Dante Luciano. I didn't know who he was at the time. I shot back, feeling stupid. Okay, back up. You need to tell me everything from the very beginning. And don't leave out a single detail about anything. And I do mean anything. She giggled. The sound made me crack a smile, the heaviness that had weighed me down since learning the truth momentarily lifting. It all started when a man on a plane asked, "Business or pleasure?" The corners of my lips turned up slightly as I rehashed the events of the past few days, starting with my encounter with Dante on the plane, our chance meeting at the restaurant he owned, and everything that happened after the Trevi Fountain, the dark alley, the Spanish Steps, the tea room, the sex, the midnight snack of veal, the sex, the shopping excursion, the gala, the sex, and more sex. Then Brock appearing in Dante's apartment, informing me they were brothers. Dante knew who I was when I propositioned him. I swallowed hard, the sting of what he'd done returning. That's the only reason he agreed in the first place. He said that Mila pushed. I hesitated, lowering my head as if she were sitting right across from me. Well, no, not exactly. I pinched my lips together. Then how do you know that's the only reason he agreed? What other reason is there? I toyed with the stem of my wine glass, swirling the liquid. Since the very beginning, I couldn't help but think he had an ulterior motive. Now I know what it was. He agreed to sleep with me, then conveniently asked me to stay the week just so he could tell Brock where I'd be, ensuring he stopped by when he wasn't home. There was a pause on the line. Now that I had said it out loud, it sounded absurd. Mila's silence only emphasized the ridiculousness of my theory. I'd never seen a person as angry as Dante was when he'd confronted Brock, the way the vein in his neck pulsed against his tanned skin, the hate in his eyes, the tension in his body. There was certainly no familial relationship between the two. "You know I love you, right, Ellie?" "Yes," I answered, defeated. "You're a brilliant woman, and I certainly don't envy anyone who's ever had the displeasure of opposing Shai in the courtroom. But it doesn't make sense. From what I've read up on Dante Luciano, the only family mentioned is his mother. Not one single mention of a father or brother. You'd think if he had a close relationship with either of them, it would say something, particularly with both being big shots in politics. Think about it. Why would Dante sleep with you just to tell Brock where you were? He could do that without getting you into bed. But I asked him if he knew who I was when he agreed to my proposition. And he said, yes. I argued my lungs, constricting, making it hard to breathe. I thought about all the things we'd done, how I'd allowed this man to debase me in order to feel more pleasure than I ever had. What was wrong with me? I'm not saying he's without fault. I just don't think you have the full picture. I opened my mouth to respond, then sighed, my shoulders falling. Not like it matters, I said in a small voice, finishing my glass of wine and reaching for the bottle. I stiffened when I saw it was a Chianti from Luciano Vineyards, Dante's Vineyard. I hadn't ordered anything in particular. I'd simply asked the waiter to bring me a bottle he recommended. I couldn't help but think this was the universe playing a cruel trick on me. Mila would say it was a sign. We were just having some fun while I was here, I stated firmly. Nothing more. I could be wrong, but it seems like this might be something bigger than just a vacation fling. If it were just a few nights of hot sex, you wouldn't be this worked up. I remained silent, unable to lie to my best friend. You have feelings for him, don't you? She asked after a few moments. How could I? I shot back, incredulous, refusing to admit the inconvenient truth to anyone, including myself. I just met him. I took your advice and decided to have some really hot Italian sex while I'm here. I looked around the outdoor cafe, a few men smirking at me. I brought my phone closer to my mouth, lowering my voice. That's all. Just answer the damn question instead of talking around in circles. Ellie, do you have feelings for Dante? I closed my eyes, almost able to feel the ghost of his embrace comforting me, his voice whispering how beautiful I was. No man had ever made me feel so valued, so admired, so cared for. The despair in his eyes as he admitted he knew who I was when I approached him with my proposition was as clear now as it was then. I wondered if it would be my last memory of him. I wondered if I wanted it to be my last memory of him. Stronger feelings than I should have after only knowing him for a few days, I confessed softly. Then you owe it to yourself to get answers, to find out what game he's playing, why he didn't disclose his relation to Brock when he knew who you were. Maybe it's best it happened this way, I insisted quietly. This was just supposed to be a short, no-strings fling. Nothing will ever come of it. We live two separate lives. There's no future for us. Nothing in life is a certainty. Mila responded. Sometimes fate gives us exactly what we need when we're too busy watching life pass us by. I opened my mouth, floundering to come up with an argument against her flighty, idealistic notion. The old Ellie would have rattled off a list a mile long of reasons why a relationship between Dante and I was doomed. But I'd come here to stop acting and thinking like the old Ellie. Fine, I huffed. I'll go talk to him. Good decision. Chapter 3. Stared at the heavy wooden door, my mouth like sandpaper, an emptiness in the pit of my stomach. Just days ago, what lay beyond this door held so much promise of spreading my wings and learning to fly, of finally cutting the shackles my parents had constructed around me throughout my life. Now it was nothing but uncertainty. A voice told me this was a horrible idea. I should just turn around, hop on the next flight back to the States, and pretend the past few days never happened. But there was a louder voice, one that sounded oddly like Mila, telling me if I didn't get answers, I'd regret it. That I'd always wonder, what if? That I needed to pursue whatever this was until the end, instead of running away, because I was scared of what this man, this stranger, brought out in me. Blowing out a breath, I briefly closed my eyes as I raised my hand to the door, stopping myself mid-knock. After all, Dante had given me a set of keys. Perhaps I needed the advantage of the element of surprise. Reaching into my purse, I found the key and inserted it into the lock, pushing the door open. Antonio Dante's deep voice called out the second I entered the foyer. My legs no longer worked, my heart thumping in my chest, my skin heating. That voice, why did it affect me like it did, paralyzing me, turning me to putty? Sei tu, Leigh trovata. Footsteps grew closer as I remained frozen in place. Before I could retreat and shove my time with Dante into the abyss of my memory, his impressive frame appeared in front of me, immediately coming to a halt. He blinked repeatedly, as if unsure he was seeing correctly. Then his expression relaxed, a weight visibly lifting off his shoulders. Eleanor, he breathed the way my name rolled off his tongue, sounding like a prayer. He pulled me into his arms, kissing the top of my head. I was so worried something happened. I've had Antonio doing everything he could to track you down. It was stupid of me to let you leave, especially with Brock roaming the streets. I called your hotel to see if you went back there, but no one was able to help. God, I was so worried. I remained completely still, his arms no longer making me feel cherished, admired, revered. His embrace only served as a reminder of his betrayal, of the lies he fed me just to get me into bed. I'd always kept my emotions under tight control, even when something upset me. It was how my mother raised me. Emotions made you vulnerable, so never show them. Never give anyone a reason to think you were weak. But what Dante had done, it hurt more than my parents' lack of love, more than walking in on Brock cheating on me, more than never having the ability to make a single decision about my personal life. You asshole! I pushed out of his embrace, landing a hard slap to his cheek before he could react. There was a pounding in my head and ears as adrenaline washed over me, making me blind to everything except the hurt his lies caused me. My muscles tensed, my jaw tight, my neck throbbing. You used me! I reeled back, about to slap him again, but he grabbed my wrist, pulling my body against his. You're right, Eleanor, he bellowed, the agony and regret covering his face, piercing my soul. I'd never seen someone look at me with so much need, so much respect, so much suffering. It made me want to wrap my arms around him and comfort him, but at the same time, run away and never see him again. I didn't know what to make of my conflicting emotions, like my brain was in a savage battle with an unknown force. You should hate me, hurt me, rage filling me. I shoved him over and over, banging my fists against his chest. He did nothing to discourage me. With every strike I made, he delivered a self-inflicted blow of his own. I deserve it. Give me your pain, your anger, your hate. I'll take it all. Screaming in frustration, I pushed away my chest, heaving. I peered at him through bitter eyes, my fists clenched. You screwed me. I shook my head, my expression heavy with disgust. We did all those things, and you were lying to me the entire time. No, he declared passionately, closing the gap between us, his face just inches from my own. I made no move to retreat, still addicted to the heat of his body, so close to mine, despite his lies. I may have left some things out, but I never lied to you. Bullshit, I spat. All of those lines about fate bringing us together, I meant every word. He clutched my face in his hands, the fire in his gaze, rendering me speechless, powerless to move to look away, to hate him regardless of how much he hurt me. Every fucking word. He crushed his lips to mine, his tongue plunging into my mouth as he pulled my body flush with his. I stilled, taken aback by his unexpected invasion. I didn't want to feel the fluttering in my chest, the tingle on my skin, the yearning in my core. I tried to fight it, to tell my brain I didn't want this, that I only came here to get answers, then leave. But as his lips moved against mine, his hands caressing me, his arms around my body, making me feel more cared for and desired than anything ever had, I could no longer resist the enigmatic pull Dante had on me. I cursed my traitorous body for succumbing to his touch, for being so easily manipulated by a man who lied to me. He tore away his eyes untamed as they locked with mine. There was just a different reason at first, he explained, his tone softening. What? So you could fuck me and make your brother jealous? I squinted at him with animosity. Well, I have bad news for you. Brock never cared about me, I said through the lump in my throat. I was just a nice, respectable girl. He could show off, one who would help improve his approval ratings. I wrapped my arms around myself against the sudden chill that enveloped me. I wished it hadn't taken me 10 years to see the truth that had been staring at me since the beginning. That's all. I don't give a fuck about making him jealous, Dante responded firmly. I don't care about him. I never have and never will. I care about you. The fury in his eyes and voice sent a jolt to my core, igniting me. I'd never met anyone who spoke with such passion, such devotion, such honesty. That couldn't be right. But the truth remained. No one in my life had ever fought for me as fiercely as Dante was at that moment. Every emotion I'd experienced the past few days came crashing down. I lunged for him, grabbing the back of his neck, urging his lips back to mine. His hands were everywhere, pulling me closer, our kiss frantic, but not nearly deep enough. He gripped my hips, lifting me up, forcing my legs around his waist. Our lips never parting, he carried me toward a large, reclaimed wood desk by the built-in bookcases, setting me down on it. I tightened my legs around him, desperate to lose myself in him, but never wanting to be with him again. I felt bipolar, as if my emotions were on a tumultuous seesaw, the swing of my ups and downs unyielding. I pulsed against him, tugging at his pants, craving the feeling of his skin on mine. I loosened the grip my legs had on him and lowered his zipper, freeing him. Growling, he slid his finger up my shorts, lifting my panties, and circled me. I threw my head back, moving with the rhythm he set. I didn't feel like myself. This wasn't what I'd come here for. But I'd grown powerless to resist the pull Dante had on me. Tell me to stop. I met his eyes, his expression pleading with me. A strange combination of disgust and unmatched need pushed me forward when my brain told me to step on the brakes. My skin tingled, my insides aching for him. I couldn't tell him to stop any more than I could have walked away from him after our first night together. Tell me you hate me, that you don't want me, that you never want to see me again. I shook my head, remaining mute as I unbuttoned my shorts and slid out of them. I knew I should be feeling all those things, but I didn't. I won't lie to you, Dante. I hooked my legs around his waist, pulling him to me. God damn it, he hissed through a clenched jaw, thrusting into me. I screamed out, wrapping my arms around his neck, holding on as he fucked me harder than he had before. I felt lightheaded, as if I were in an alternate universe, as if this were all a dream. But if it were a dream, I wouldn't feel the spine-tingling sensations rushing over every inch of my body. Only Dante had ever made me experience something so addicting, so pure, so heavenly. This was wrong, but I'd never felt more alive. He held my face tightly in his large hands, his tongue invading my mouth again before he tore away. I knew who you were the instant I laid eyes on you in the airport lounge, he grunted. I do believe it was fate we were on the same flight. I tried to talk to you so many times, but I had no idea what to say. You didn't seem to have any problem, I bit back harshly. The renewed hurt of his deceit only made me increase my motions of fever rushing over me. I grabbed at him, digging my nails into his scalp, wanting to make him bleed for what he'd done. I wanted him, yearned for him, but I needed him to feel my wrath, feel the pain he'd caused me. I knew I had just one shot with you, he replied, not missing a beat. Just one, Eleanor. Then you told me you'd left him at the altar. That's when I knew. You didn't have to say anything else. I knew they'd used you just like they used everyone else. Like you used me. I tightened my legs, pulling him closer. It still wasn't enough. I craved his touch like an addict craves her next fix. He would be the death of me, but I got high off his potency. I gave you a chance to walk away. His breathing grew labored as his muscles hardened. If I wanted, I could have fucked you that first night. You're a real gentleman then, aren't you? I leaned my head back, closing my eyes as fire built in my core, my stomach clenching. And what could possibly be so important that you thought it was a good idea to use another person? I asked, digging my nails deeper and deeper into Dante's skin. Eleanor. He buried his head in my neck, running his tongue across my flesh. I closed my eyes, losing myself in the sensation of his body against mine, as he continued driving into me with more fever, more intensity, more viciousness. Both of us using this act to fight the demons who'd been plaguing us for years. Tell me, Dante, please. My voice quivered, my eyes rolling back into my head as waves of pleasure overtook me. I tried to fight it, not wanting Dante to see how much he affected me, but it was impossible. I flew higher and higher, my mind going hazy. He tightened his grip on my hips, thrusting into me with more intensity. a fire building inside him that only I could extinguish. Because James killed my daughter, he cried out, his body shaking as he came undone inside me. I stilled my eyes, flinging wide open, as his confession filled the air between us. His words were like a bucket of ice water thrown on me. I had no idea what to say, how to react, what to think. Dante had a daughter, and his own father killed her. If I had 1,000 questions before, I had 10 times that many, now including why there was no mention of this daughter in any of the research I'd done on him. Was this just another lie? For some reason, I didn't think that was the case. "Dante," I whispered, getting his attention. He pulled his head from the crook of my neck, his chest heaving. I didn't know what to say. "I'll let you go clean up." He pulled out and stepped back, readjusting himself. His expression flattened, the fever and hunger in his eyes disappearing, leaving a blank look covering his face. "I'm sure you have a lot more questions, and I'm happy to answer all of them truthfully and honestly, even if it ends with you walking out that door and never speaking to me again. Just promise me one thing." I blinked, still feeling like I had been blindsided. "What's that?" "Just give me the opportunity to tell you the whole story. It's not as simple as my knowing who you were when we slept together the first time." "Okay." He looked at me with earnest. "Okay," I responded in a small voice. "Okay," he repeated, holding his hand out for me. I grabbed onto it, and he helped me down from the desk. I pulled my shorts back up my skin, tingling from his phantom touch, and walked past him. Just as I was about to climb up the stairs, I glanced over my shoulder. "What was her name?" He straightened and faced me, his brows furrowed. "Your daughter." "What was her name?" Tension rolled off his body. "Liliana." "Lily," he said softly. "Her name was Lily." I offered a small smile, my gaze remaining locked with his. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry." He closed his eyes, hanging his head. "Me too." Chapter 4. He made lunch, Dante announced when I walked into the living room. After a longer than normal shower, my brain a whirlwind of questions and scenarios. "I'm not so sure I want to know what your idea of lunch is, if you consider veal to be a midnight snack," I jested nervously as he led me to the veranda where he had set out 2 plates on the outdoor dining table. All the comfort and ease I'd begun to feel around him had disappeared. Now I felt as if I were meeting Dante for the first time. Just some grilled salmon over a Mediterranean cucumber salad. Nothing too fancy. He winked, holding my chair out for me. "Yeah, sure," I scoffed. "Most people are happy with a sandwich for lunch. Haven't you figured it out by now?" He took the seat across from me. "I'm not most people." I gathered as much. I placed my napkin on my lap, staring at the food in front of me. I'd barely eaten anything all day, but food was the last thing I wanted right now. "Eat," Dante urged, noticing my reluctance to pick up my knife and fork. "I'm not that hungry," I insisted, my stomach rolling. "Just take one bite. For me." I met his gaze, a twinkle in his eyes. Picking up my fork with a sigh, I sliced into the salmon, bringing it to my mouth. I took a bite, the buttery flavor dancing on my taste buds. Dante had a way of making a food I normally didn't think twice about taste unlike anything I'd ever eaten. "It's delicious," I commented before taking another bite. "Good." He sliced into his own salmon, silence stretching between us as we ate. The only sounds were that of the city of Rome, bustling 6 floors below, and the occasional chirping bird. After a few moments, He spoke again. You were constantly checking the clock on the far wall of the lounge. I lifted my eyes to his, my heart rate picking up. There was a sort of serenity about him. You had this look on your face I couldn't quite describe. I thought maybe you just didn't fly much and were uneasy about the prospect of being lifted miles into the air by a pair of engines that could give out at any second. Way to make me feel great about my trip home, I shot back sarcastically. You have a better chance of dying in a car accident of winning the lottery. I know. I gave him a congenial smile. It didn't even dawn on me you'd run out on your own wedding. Once I realized that everything became so clear, you, your family, his family. I didn't know much about you personally, but I had a feeling you'd been through more shit because of them than any one person should ever have to deal with. As much as I initially believed fate intervened so I could get the answers I've been waiting years for, I couldn't shake the feeling you were just a pawn in their game. You didn't need any more trauma in your life, so I made sure to disappear after we landed. I prayed our paths wouldn't cross again, but they did. He slowly nodded, swallowing hard. Yes. He briefly closed his eyes, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. This was the third chance encounter. The lounge, the plane, then my restaurant. I thought if I spoiled you with some good food and even better wine, maybe you'd loosen up and relax enough. To what I raised my brows to sleep with you. He shook his head, taking a sip of sparkling water. This was never about sleeping with you. He paused, the intensity in his eyes searing me. I had absolutely no reason to believe anything he told me, but the truth was clear as day in the way he regarded me. I am sure you've figured out by now that Brock's father, James, was the American serviceman my mother fell in love with when he was stationed over here. The two kids he had when my mother told him she was pregnant are Brock's older brother and sister, I said, filling in the blanks. Brock didn't come along until his brother was 10 and sister was 13, long after James had retired from active duty. He always prided himself on being a mistake. I meant what I said earlier today. That man and Brock are my father and stepbrother, in name only. They aren't family. None of them are. They never have been, nor will they ever be. I Googled you, I admitted quietly. That's when I realized who you were. I knew who you were. Everyone knows who you are. I just never put two and two together. I pushed my food around my plate, lowering my eyes. My friend Mila says you're her and her husband's free pass. He laughed, the sound chipping away at the ice around my heart, and I met his gaze once more. Free pass, he cocked his head, waking up the butterflies in my stomach. What does that mean? There was a lightness to his expression that made my heart do backflips, exactly how it sounds. I shrugged, stabbing my fork into a few pieces of cucumber. If the opportunity ever arose for them to, His grin widened and he shook his head, laughing even louder. I couldn't help but crack a smile in response as I listened to that beautiful sound. But that's all beside the point. I immediately straightened my spine, my expression turning serious again. I refused to give in to his charms. I never saw any mention of your relationship to Brock or his dad, your dad, or that you had a daughter. Like I said, James Harrison is no more a father than a sperm donor would be. My mother never spoke of him much when I was growing up. I was always curious, I suppose. I saw so many of my other friends playing football, or what you know as soccer with their fathers. My uncle Massimo was the one who taught me, who coached me. He was the father figure in my life. He helped raise me. I never really felt as if anything was missing. Eventually, I stopped caring about who my father was. I finished high school, went to university, then on to culinary school. He lowered his eyes, staring at his half-eaten salmon. Went to rehab. I know. I offered him a compassionate look. I'm sorry you had to find out like you did. I should have told you who I was from the start. I shrugged. There was no reason for you to. We were just supposed to have a one-night stand. Then I was supposed to walk away. But you didn't. Why? He studied me, his piercing gaze unnerving. Probably the same reason you asked me to stay. I fidgeted with the napkin in my lap. A breeze blew a few dark brown tendrils of hair in front of my face. I smoothed them behind my ear. When I first found out you and Brock were brothers, half-brothers, Dante corrected quickly. Right. Well, I thought you only befriended me and asked me to stay so you could tell him where I was. Dante hesitantly reached for my cheek. I almost pulled away, not wanting to give in to him so easily, but I was still addicted to his touch. Leaning into his hand, I briefly closed my eyes as he ran a light finger down my face, stopping when he closed in on the bruise on my neck. What had just been a subtle red patch where Dante had marked me earlier in the morning had become purple and black, Brock's teeth having broken through the skin. I met his eyes, the vein in his neck throbbing, his jaw clenching, his nostrils flaring. I never should have left you. I should have known. Why do you blame James for your daughter's death? I interrupted, pulling away from him. How did she die? He sank back into his chair, exhaling a long sigh. It was silent for a moment while he collected his thoughts. She would have been 12 this October. And her mother? I lifted a brow, unsure how to even ask the question I was trying to. She was an American. A slight smile formed on his lips. I suppose you could say I have a type. I released a small laugh, a blush building on my cheeks. When I first moved to the States, she was on the waitstaff at the restaurant where I'd been recruited to be executive chef. She was younger, about 21. We were just having a little fun. After 4 months or so, she told me she was pregnant, thanks to a broken condom. This was before I'd become a household name. Hell, I'd just started working on my book, not thinking it would go anywhere. Allie, fully expected me to not want anything to do with the baby. I told her I would support her in whatever she decided. Thankfully, she chose to keep the baby, and I was there every step of the way. After growing up without a father, I refused to let my daughter experience that. Did you love her? Who? Allison? I didn't know why I asked him that. It didn't matter. It was years ago. Still, I couldn't help myself. He stared off, a thoughtful look about him. Allison was a wonderful person with a huge heart, and she was the best mother Lily could have asked for. He returned his eyes to mine. But did I love her? No, and she didn't love me. We'd just started sleeping together to blow off steam. Neither one of us wanted a serious relationship. Once Lily came into the picture, we stopped sleeping together and pursued our own relationships, but kept our daughter's needs in mind throughout everything. In the long run, it was probably for the best. Once the book took off and I began getting offers for TV and film, I was glad I'd kept my relationship with Allison under wraps. I did everything I could to keep them out of the spotlight, to make sure Lily had as normal a childhood as possible. That's why you probably didn't find any mention of either of them when you looked me up. I nodded, then paused, before asking my next question. What happened to her? His shoulders fell, a weariness washing over him. When she was around 5, she started complaining of a stomachache. At first, we figured it wasn't anything to concern ourselves with. She was a kid. Sometimes they eat too much sweet food. It didn't help that I stopped by her mother's apartment every day with treats my pastry chef made. Even after controlling her diet, the stomach ache didn't go away. One night, she started having trouble breathing, so we rushed her to the emergency room. The doctors there ran test after test, eventually loading us all in an ambulance to transfer us to the children's hospital. Were you living here? He shook his head. No, we were in New York. I didn't really return here until Lily. He trailed off, and I nodded, passing him an understanding look. Anyway, when we got there, they wheeled Lily into the oncology unit. Oh God, I breathed, covering my mouth with my hand. I'd never been more scared and angry in my life than I was when I walked through the doors with those letters on them. Dante ran. The following day, we got the news no parent ever wants to hear. Lily had leukemia. The doctors assured us they would do everything they could to force the cancer into remission. And they did. They tried everything. She underwent intravenous chemotherapy and routine blood transfusions. It was torture watching this formerly vibrant, full of life girl become too tired and sick to play. I reached across the table, grabbing his hand. He shot his eyes to mine, hope building behind them as his fingers caressed my knuckles. I wanted to offer him some sort of comfort. Despite everything I'd learned earlier today, despite still having 1,000 questions, this just felt right. His skin on my skin, his hand clasped in my hand, his eyes locked with my eyes. The doctors told us that at some point she might need a bone marrow transplant. The best probability of a match would be a brother or sister. She didn't have either. So both Allison and I began reaching out to our family members to submit a sample to see if they were a match. It was at this point that my mother finally told me who my father was. Oh, Dante. I sighed, shaking my head, pulling my hand away. I almost thought she was joking. As you know, James comes from a long line of politicians. Brock didn't let me forget it, I replied less than enthusiastically. He made it sound like he was the next JFK. I should have told him he'd never amount to that. At the time, James had just been appointed commissioner of the FDA and stood for everything I hated. During his time in Congress, he routinely voted for less regulation in the food industry, giving huge corporations incentives to keep poisoning us with the chemicals they use in food. And I had half of that man's DNA. It killed me, but I had to swallow my pride and approach him. What happened? Exactly what I expected. He knew who I was because of my book and my work on several films exposing corruption in the food industry. He didn't realize I was his son, though. Once I told him who my mother was, and he did the math in his head, he whipped out his checkbook, asking how much I wanted to keep quiet. I told him I wasn't interested in his money. Hell, I probably had more than he did. Then he asked what I wanted, so I told him about Lily. I requested that he and his other children go see if they were a possible donor match. Regardless, of how much of a long shot it was. Just as I expected, he refused, said he'd never acknowledge me as his son. I furrowed my brows. Is this why you think he's responsible for Lily's death? He slowly shook his head. No. The likelihood of James or his other kids being a match was slim to none. I knew that going in. I wasn't a match. No one on my side of the family who had provided samples was a match. Same for Allison's family. Still, the doctors didn't say she would absolutely need a bone marrow transplant, just that she might. We wanted to be prepared in case she did. We didn't want to waste precious time searching for a match if the time came. So what happened? Lily went through intravenous chemo, which usually has good results for child leukemia patients, but this didn't work on her. The doctors recommended we try a newer drug called breathless that targeted the Philadelphia chromosome directly. That's the chromosome that causes leukemia. I read up on the drug. All the scholarly articles written about it stated it had been successfully tested during clinical trials and could change the face of treatment for leukemia patients, providing them a course of treatment involving no intravenous chemotherapy. The side effects were minimal, no worse than normal chemotherapy, so we agreed. She started breathless on Monday. He paused, swallowing hard. She was dead by Saturday. He shook his head. The doctors blamed it on an infection they later found, not the drug. They'd given the same drugs to other patients, some at the exact same time as Lily, and it worked. They didn't get sicker. In fact, many of them eventually went into remission. In the end, the doctors ruled that the disease had made her body too weak to fight any infections, and her immune system just gave out. But you didn't believe them. I narrowed my gaze, engrossed. I couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been for him to watch his daughter, his own flesh and blood, lose strength and not be able to do anything. A lump formed in my throat, my heart aching for him. I did, at first, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the drug she was given, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Even though it tested well and other patients reacted fine to it, I raised a brow, always one to play devil's advocate. I know how it sounds, he admitted with a heavy sigh, like I'm grasping at straws and trying to blame anything and everything other than the cancer. I shrugged a little. After calling the FDA, various cancer organizations, and the pharmaceutical company that manufactured this particular drug, reaching dead end after dead end, I began to believe it too, until about 3 months ago, when my perseverance and insistence paid off. I finally got a call back from a woman claiming to be an employee at Barnes Pharmaceuticals, which manufactured breathless, stating that my daughter's death could have been prevented, that there was something going on, some sort of corruption that went all the way to the head of the FDA, who just so happens to be your biological father. Yes, what corruption? She wouldn't say over the phone. She sounded a bit paranoid and agitated, said something about someone possibly listening in, so she asked to meet in person. I was hesitant at first, but she sounded desperate, saying it could be a matter of life or death. My brain spun 1,000,000 miles a minute as I absorbed his story. She could have just been pulling your chain. You said it yourself. She sounded paranoid. How did you know she was credible? I thought the same thing, but I knew I'd regret it if I didn't at least hear what she had to say. So I hopped on the next flight out to LA. Since James isn't behind bars and you're still looking for answers, I'm guessing something happened." He nodded. "She never showed up." I waited for several hours, thinking perhaps she simply got delayed in that horrific traffic of yours. But when 10 o'clock rolled around and she still hadn't shown up for an 8 o'clock meeting, I knew she wouldn't be coming. "Do you know why?" His eyes appeared vacant as he stared at me. "The following morning, as I was watching the news, I saw a report of a woman named Cynthia Edelman who had committed suicide the previous evening. She was in-house legal counsel at Barnes Pharmaceuticals. It seemed like too much of a coincidence. So, you think James found out she was a whistleblower and what killed her? I don't know." He sighed, rubbing his temples, his frustration evident. "I've read all the police reports on her death. After a lengthy investigation, they ruled it a suicide due to the lack of any evidence of foul play. The autopsy confirmed that. She did sound agitated over the phone. Maybe it was all too much, and she took her own life. I've reached out to her family members only to have them all hang up on me, insisting she took her own life and that I shouldn't be bringing up the past when they were trying to make peace with her death. I have just as many questions as you do. All I know is what Cynthia told me over the phone, which wasn't much. Why haven't you gone to the police if you think there's something shady going on? For the same reasons you brought up. The only proof I have of anything is a phone call from an anonymous source who sounded paranoid and spouted off about corruption in the FDA and the pharmaceutical industry, then took her own life. Not to mention, if there is something shady going on, James is a very powerful man. He had enough connections to cover this up. He'd surely have enough connections to make sure any investigation was thwarted. You could have them look into this drug, couldn't you? See if they find a link without accusing James outright. I have no proof Spryleff was the direct cause of Lily's death. The doctors couldn't find a connection. The number of medications cancer patients take is endless. Spryleff was just one on a very long list. You could collect data from every child leukemia patient who unfortunately passed away and not find one single common denominator. Some took this drug, some took other drugs, and not everyone who was given this particular drug died. Some went into remission. I looked. I tried everything to figure out what was going on. I could go to the press with my theory, but without evidence, that's all it would be, a theory. Until I have concrete evidence of James's involvement in whatever this is. And you hoped I may lead you to that evidence. He reached across the table, grabbing my hand in his. I'm not going to lie to you and say no. You already know the answer. When you ended up on my flight, in the seat across the aisle from me, then in my restaurant, I thought it was fate finally intervening and giving me exactly what I needed. A small smile spread across his lips, and she did. You were exactly what I needed. I pulled my hand away. You still used me. You still slept with me just to... No, he interrupted, his voice firm. I didn't. I know you have no reason to believe me, but when we slept together, I'd already realized you were just a pawn to them too. Just like me. Just like Lily. Then why did you... I asked in a quiet voice, a heavy lump in my throat, making it difficult to speak. His gaze locked with mine, unwavering, resolute, not hiding anything. Because I fell. You fell. I blinked repeatedly, swallowing hard, just a little. At first he murmured, grabbing my hands in his once more, but with each smile, he kissed my hand. Each laugh, he kissed my other hand. each brush of your skin on mine. He pulled back, meeting my eyes. I fell. You don't even know me, I choked out, overwhelmed with his candor. As much as I wanted to think this was just another one of his lies, so it would be easier to walk away, I knew it wasn't. Because you won't let me in. I'm not one of them, I promise. Dante, what? I pulled my hands from his, shaking in my head, words escaping me. I didn't know what to say. Most everyone else in my life constantly lied and took advantage of me, not feeling a hint of regret for their actions. But Dante was different. It was clear in the pain in his eyes, in the worry lines on his face, in the way he looked at me with bated breath, as if I held his fate in my hands. Fate. Mila's words from earlier came rushing back. Sometimes fate gives us exactly what we need when we're too busy watching life pass us by. Could she be right? Was there a reason Dante had entered my life? I'd never believed in the idea of fate before, but over the past few days, I began having second thoughts. Dante had opened my mind, my heart, my soul, to new things, new ideas, new feelings. For the first time in years, perhaps forever, I felt something bigger than me, bigger than us, bigger than anything. I felt happiness because of Dante. Inhaling deeply, I met his eyes, my lips forming a tight line. I leave in 5 days. He swiftly pushed out of his chair, rushing toward my side of the table. He kneeled in front of me and clutched my hands in his. It was such a humbling gesture to see this man kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Brock hadn't even kneeled in front of me when he'd proposed. And I understand if you'd prefer to spend your last few days on your own. I held up my hand, stopping him from saying another word. I should hate this man because he'd proven to be no different from anyone else in my life. In my heart, though, I knew he was. And I know I'd regret it every day for the rest of my life if I walked away from you now. My serious expression turned into a smile. His shoulders fell as relief consumed him. He raised my hand to his mouth, kissing my palm. I am so sorry, Eleanor. I will continue to tell you how sorry I am every day. I'll never stop. Grabbing his face, I brought him closer to me, kissing him with everything I had, trying to show him it didn't matter. As much as I wanted to be angry with him, I couldn't. The way he was willing to do anything and everything to get justice for his daughter spoke to me on a level I didn't quite expect. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. I wouldn't stop until I had all the answers. I wouldn't care who I had to hurt in order to get them. Pulling back slightly, he gazed at me with longing. When I saw the pain on your face earlier this morning, after you found out the truth, I was so worried I'd never taste your lips again. I'm sure you could find a willing substitute with no problem, I joked, breaking the thick tension. I don't want a substitute, he murmured, bringing his mouth toward mine again. Not now, not ever. Not ever, I repeated, stammering. No, Eleanor. Not ever. Oh, Dante. I ran my hands through his hair, kissing him with more passion than I could remember doing anything in my life. My heart had never felt so full. His sincerity and honesty, a welcome change to what I'd grown accustomed to. His tongue danced with mine, both of us letting go of all the emotions we'd built up over the past few days, months, years. I had no idea what direction my life was headed or what I was going to do when I finally returned home. None of that mattered right now. All that mattered was the devotion I felt from Dante's arms holding me in a way that made me think he'd never let go. And I didn't want him to. He pulled back, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Was there anything here in Rome you absolutely had to see? Not really. Why? I furrowed my brows, studying him. Because we're leaving. He stood up, holding his hand out toward me. We're leaving, I asked, as I hesitantly raised myself to my feet, taking his hand in mine. Yes, Eleanor. Brock found you here. I was careless. I've grown so accustomed to photographers snapping my picture that it never occurred to me he may see you with me and be able to track you down. But he left. We can't be certain of that, so we're getting out of the city until I know he's no longer in this country. I'm not putting your life at risk any longer. I've lost too many important people because of that family. I won't lose you too. Chapter 5. What's with all the secrecy? I asked Dante, stealing a glimpse at him as he navigated his Maserati up the coast of Italy, heading north. Exhaling a contented sigh, I leaned my head against the headrest as the Italian sun warmed my face, miles of pristine ocean passing by on our left. I can't reveal all my tricks beforehand, Eleanor. I need to give you a reason to stay. I cocked my head at him, caught off guard by his statement. This was his first mention of wanting me to stay. We'd never so much as discussed what the future held. I didn't think there was a future for us. I didn't want to hope there could be. That would only make it harder to leave, and I had to. So, is that what this is? You're trying to kidnap me, I joked, trying to play it off. Not necessarily, although the thought did cross my mind. He grinned a lascivious grin at me, making my cheeks heat. The thought of having you all to myself to do with as I please is quite the turn-on. He winked, then returned his attention to the road. He reached across the center console, his fingers finding mine without even looking. Over the next few days, it's my mission to convince you to stay, that this doesn't have to end, simply because you have a return flight booked to LA. Dante, I began. I know it sounds crazy considering we just met, but I believe with every ounce of conviction I have that we belong together, and I don't care what I have to do to prove that to you. It's not that I sighed, I struggled to find the words to articulate the myriad of emotions and thoughts running through me. I felt like I didn't even know who Dante was. Not anymore. He was Brock's half-brother. He had a daughter. Not to mention I had no idea if this Allison woman was still in the picture. I could come up with several dozen reasons off the top of my head why I needed to get on that plane on Tuesday. I get it. He cut through my thoughts. You're stubborn. When you decide on a course of action, nothing will change your mind. And since day one, I'm pretty sure you've had your mind made up that no matter what you'd be getting on that plane when your time here was over. Well, I bet you weren't expecting to meet me. I'm just as stubborn as you are, Eleanor. When I see something I want, I stop at nothing until I have it. And I want you. You've already had me, I reminded him with a sardonic smile. Not your body, Eleanor. His eyes floated to mine, determination etched in the lines of his face. Your heart. I opened my mouth, studying him with a furrowed brow. How can I give you my heart if I don't know who I am as a person? I asked, the words leaving me before I had a chance to stop them. Then it's my mission over the next few days to show you who you are. He lifted my hand to his lips and tenderly kissed my knuckles. Watching his every move, my heart ached with longing for this man. I would have loved to agree to his crazy plan, but I couldn't walk out on a 10-year relationship and dive head first into a new one. It wasn't supposed to work like this. It wasn't supposed to be this easy. I was supposed to go home and rebuild my life. I was supposed to struggle as I searched for a new job, a new home. I was supposed to eat ramen noodles as I learned how to support myself with no outside help. I'd never be able to do any of that if I pursued something serious with Dante. He'd always be there to pick me up. I needed to learn to pick myself up first. Well, you've got your work cut out for you, I smirked, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Haven't you realized by now? He glanced at me. What's that? I lifted a brow. He licked his lips, his eyes raking over me. No man had ever looked at me in such a wanton and shameless manner. It was one of the things I would miss when I left here. I had a feeling I'd be forced to add countless items to that list over the next few days, like the way his innocent touch sent a bolt of lightning straight to my core, the way he held me in his arms as if he were afraid to let go for fear I'd disappear, the way his beautiful accented voice caressed my name, giving it new life, giving me new life. I love a challenge, Eleanor. I forced my lips into a smile. He seemed so hopeful, so confident, so assured. As much as I wanted to tell him nothing he could do or say would make me change my mind, I didn't have it in me to crush his dreams. There was a part of me that found an odd comfort in the notion of a future with Dante, regardless of how far-fetched that fantasy truly was. As he continued driving up the coast, I studied his intriguing silhouette, his dark hair, his chiseled nose, the 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw, his deep, haunting eyes. I had the distinct pleasure of seeing grow fevered and full of magnitude as his body climbed higher and higher before coming undone. The subtle aroma of basil, mint, and licorice as the ocean breeze blew around us. I wanted to remember all these things, so when I was having a particularly bad day, I could open my box of memories and bathe myself in the affection I felt during this brief time in my life. "Where are we?" I asked a short while later, when he navigated the car off a country road and through a set of pillared gates. A magnificent stone house sat high on a hill, tall trees lining the driveway, their branches providing shade. Now that we were far away from the city and in a more rural area, the air had a sweetness to it. Where I grew up, my eyes widened, disbelief covering my face. I'd read all about his younger years. It didn't appear that he grew up without money. Quite the opposite. "This is where you grew up." "Well, on the property," he clarified. "My mother rented a small cottage located out in the orchards. When I came into some money, I bought the property from the owner so she'd never have to pay rent again. After having to raise me all on her own and working long days with barely a break just to provide for me, she deserved the very best. It was the least I could do for her." "You bought her a restaurant too, didn't you?" I asked as the car came to a stop in front of a large brick manor-style home, ivy and vines cascading down the exterior. I tried to tell her she didn't have to work anymore, but she refused to quit. Said she'd be bored all day if she didn't have something to do. So I bought her a restaurant in Pisa. If she insists on working, at least she can be in charge. "How far are we from there?" "About 30 minutes or so." "Well, I feel like a horrible daughter. I don't think I even gave my mother a card on her birthday." "You're not a horrible daughter." Dante turned toward me. You have no reason to feel bad about anything to do with your parents. No parent should treat their child with the amount of ambivalence yours have shown you. You deserve to be cherished, to be valued, to be—" He stopped short. Yes, I pushed the fire in his eyes, eroding another piece of my resolve. "You deserve to be loved," he finally said. He cupped my cheek, and I melted into his touch, closing my eyes. All worry momentarily disappeared as I basked in his warmth and affection. His lips lightly brushed mine, his kiss delicate, restrained, breathtaking. When he pulled back, I opened my eyes. "Come on, let's go. I want you to meet her." My spine stiffened. "Wait, who?" "My mother, of course. Who else?" I shook my head, heat rushing through my body. "Your mother?" My voice rose in pitch, my heart rate picking up. "Why would you bring me here to meet your mother? Most people are in a serious relationship for a month or more before meeting the parents, at least in the States. I don't even know what this is." I gestured between our two bodies. "You may not, but I do. I want to be a part of your life, and I want you to be a part of mine. That includes meeting my mother. I want to know everything about you, and I want you to know everything about me." "We've only known each other for a few days, Dante," I pleaded, not wanting this to be any harder on either of us than it had to be. Meeting his mother, forming a connection to someone so important to him, so she wasn't just a faceless name, would only make this more painful in the end. He grabbed my hands in his, the feel of his thumb gently caressing my knuckles, soothing me. "Why are you so concerned about that? Why should it matter if we've only known each other for a few days? Time won't make my heart stop feeling what it does for you." I opened my mouth to argue. Why was I so obsessed with the short amount of time we'd known each other? Why couldn't I just stop thinking for a minute? Maybe that had always been my problem. Maybe I thought too much. Maybe I just needed to feel for a change. "We don't have to go in if you really don't want to," Dante stated, the hope in his expression fading. "I understand. It's a bit unconventional. It's fine," I interrupted, offering him a small smile. It was obvious this meant a lot to him. I'd sat through my fair share of formal dinners with important heads of state, businessmen, and donors. This was no different. "Thank you for wanting to share this part of yourself with me." Leaning forward, he placed a kiss on my nose. "Good. Now I hope you're hungry." He hopped out of the car, rushing to the passenger side and opening the door for me. "Hungry?" I lifted a brow, taking my mirror compact out of my purse and making sure the bruise on my neck was still adequately covered with the concealer I had applied. Dante's eyes shifted to my throat. He balled his fists momentarily before recovering. "If you think I can cook, you haven't tasted anything yet." Holding his hand out toward me, he grinned a devious smile as he helped me out of the car and led me across the dirt drive toward the large wood-slatted front door. Pushing it open, he allowed me to enter in front of him. The second we stepped over the threshold, a maison. Collective shout of Dante echoed both of us, freezing in place. I reached for him, clutching his arm as nearly a dozen people swarmed the foyer, all rattling off in Italian. I had absolutely no idea what they were saying, unable to recognize a single syllable. Dante gave me a reassuring look, and I loosened my grip on him, watching in awe as he interacted with everyone. He hugged the men and kissed the women on both cheeks, genuinely happy to see each and every one of them. For the first time since I'd met him, he seemed carefree and relaxed. His smile reached his eyes, making them sparkle and gleam. Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupted the frivolity, and everyone snapped their heads toward a wide, arched doorway. At the far end of the formal sitting room, just past the foyer, a short, slender woman stood there, her brown hair graying in places. Her skin was tanned, her eyes dark. A brilliant smile crossed Dante's face as he walked toward the woman. "Ciao, Mama." He leaned down, kissing her on both cheeks. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him as she continued speaking in Italian. I hated that I had no idea what anyone was saying. I'd never felt like I belonged anywhere in my life. Now I really felt like an outsider. This was all just further proof that Dante and I belonged in two separate worlds. Mama. He grabbed her hands, then gestured toward me. In Inglés, per favore. Her eyes fell on me, and she seemed to study every inch of me. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, fidgeting with the hem of my skirt. I felt like each pair of eyes in the room was examining me, analyzing me, scrutinizing me, as they determined whether I was good enough for Dante. "You must be Eleanor," she said finally, lifting a brow as she sauntered to me. Her accent was much heavier than Dante's, but I could still understand her. "See," I responded, affording her the courtesy of attempting to speak in her native tongue. I didn't know how to react to the notion that Dante had already told his mother about me. When had he done that? I wondered if he knew that very first night that this wasn't just a one-night stand. When she stopped in front of me, I braced myself, expecting to be interrogated by an overbearing Italian mother. The instant she flung her arms around me, hugging me tightly, I stiffened, momentarily confused. "Oh, my darling girl, I'm so glad you're here," she kissed my cheek, pulling back, holding me at arm's length. She glanced back at Dante. "For someone who fancies himself a writer, you did a horrible job of describing her. She's much more beautiful than you let on." He approached, his dark eyes alive, as if being back here surrounded by those who knew him when he was a nobody gave him life. That's because there aren't sufficient words in any language to adequately describe such a thing. Smiling a satisfied smile, she stepped away. "Good answer. I've taught you well." Dante took my hands in each of his and kissed them, one and then the other, his lips lingering. Then he turned his attention back to his mother. "I thought we were just going to have a quiet dinner." He pinched his lips together. What she replied in feigned annoyance. "This is a quiet dinner. Now I need to finish cooking. Make yourself useful and go pick out some wine. You can show Eleanor around while you're at it." She winked as she retreated from us. Dante turned to everyone else. "I'm on wine duty. I'll be back. Then I'll introduce you." He turned back to me. "This way." I offered the group a small smile, then followed Dante. He led me through the formal sitting room and past a winding staircase with a wrought iron railing. My eyes followed the shape of the stairs, the high ceilings and walls, feeling even higher because of the white coloring. The decor was exactly what I had pictured it would be from the outside. It was old-world Italian. I felt as if I'd just stepped back into the 19th century. If it weren't for certain luxuries like air conditioning and electricity. "When did you buy this place?" I asked, striking up a conversation as he opened a heavy oak door, revealing a set of stairs, barely illuminated by a dim light. Probably about 10 years ago, after my book took off and all the incredible offers began coming in, he started down the steps, bringing me along with him. As we descended, the air grew musty, but in the best way possible. There was something incredibly romantic about Dante, helping me down a set of rickety stairs into the dusty basement of an old Italian manor. "How old are you?" "What?" He glanced at me, a boyish smirk on his face. "You didn't look that up on Google." I shrugged. I was a bit preoccupied at the time when I realized you were famous, and I never put two and two together. "I think that's why I have been inexplicably drawn to you, Eleanor," he admitted, reaching the bottom of the stairs. "You're the first person in years who sees me, not the celebrity." "I've always seen you," I murmured, a chill enveloping me. Turning to me, he placed his hands on my hips, lifting me off the stairs and placing me down on the basement floor. A smoky aroma of wood and grapes wafted into my nostrils. "And I've always seen you." He ran his thumb over my lips. "Even when you didn't think I was looking." I swallowed hard, my mouth growing dry. "But I've always been looking." His lips briefly met mine, stealing my breath. Then he stepped back, holding his hand out toward me. "And I turned 40 New Year's Day. Now help me pick out some wine." Our fingers interlocking, we walked past row after row of shelves, stacked high with more bottles of wine than a person could possibly consume in a lifetime. I'd never met anyone who rendered me speechless on a regular basis until Dante. With each second that ticked by, each sensual word that fell from his mouth, each whisper of his desire, a voice in my head urged me to consider that perhaps there could be a future between us. Chapter 6. A multitude of mouth-watering aromas wafted around me as I sat at the enormous dining room table, watching as dishes were passed around Dante's family, speaking animatedly amongst each other. It was mind-boggling that less than a dozen people could make this much noise. There was certainly no lack of conversation. If this was just a small family gathering, I hated to think what Christmas dinner would look like in the Luciano household. I had a feeling it would be full of laughter, warmth, affection, love. A stark contrast to the Christmas dinners I'd grown up with. I'd never known what a real tree smelled like, never baked cookies for Santa with my mother, never woke up and bounded down the steps to see what the fat man in a red suit had brought me. The sound of a fork clanging on a glass pierced the room. Everyone ceased talking, looking to the head of the table where Dante's mother, Gabriella, stood. I had a feeling it would be full of laughter, warmth, affection, love. A stark contrast to the Christmas dinners I'd grown up with. I'd never known what a real tree smelled like, never baked cookies for Santa with my mother, never woke up and bounded down the steps to see what the fat man in a red suit had brought me. At times we may not like each other, but that doesn't diminish the love we share. Salute, a few voices called out. Gabriella smiled politely, exhibiting so much grace. This wasn't the first pre-dinner speech I'd sat through. I'd been witness to quite a few of my fathers and Brock's over the years, but those seemed forced and fake. I'd barely spent more than an hour with this group of people, yet I knew Gabriella's words were genuine. She said them because she meant them, not simply to earn favor with someone as seemed to always be the case with Brock and my father. I'm truly blessed to have the family. I do, Gabriella continued, to always have the support of my brother and cousins who helped me raise my son when I thought my world was falling apart. She turned to Dante, pinching her lips together to stop them from quivering. You're the best part of me, although you still have a bit to learn in the kitchen. She winked, lightening the mood in the room. A few people chuckled politely. It makes my heart full to see you genuinely happy for the first time in what seems like years. She offered me an appreciative nod. There's no way of knowing what our future holds. Life has a funny way of taking you in a completely different direction than what you originally planned. If one thing in my life were different, I doubt I'd be standing in front of all you wonderful people being able to share this moment with you. Fate's funny that way, isn't she? Dante reached for my hand beneath the table, squeezing it. I shot my eyes to his, noticing a sparkle in his gaze before returning my attention to his mom. I guess what I'm trying to say is, thank you for traveling the same path as I. She raised her wine glass, and we all mirrored her movements. Salute. Salute. Everyone responded. Now manja. Buon appetito. When I felt Dante's breath on my neck, a shiver rolled down my spine. Thank you, Eleanor, he murmured. Why are you thanking me? I asked in earnest, meeting his eyes. I should be the one thanking you. For what? He pushed. I chewed on my bottom lip, searching for the right words. If I never ran into you, I doubt I would have been able to stay here. I probably would have already gone back home, back to that life. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, he whispered, brushing a tendril of hair behind my ear. Because no one in my life ever did except Mila. And now you. I'll always support you, Miyakara, even if that means supporting your decision to leave me on Tuesday. Now, let's eat. I studied him for a moment longer, wanting to list all the reasons why I should go back home in a few days, but decided against it. I didn't want to ruin the happiness I felt at being surrounded by Dante's friends and family by reminding myself it was short-lived. When did you tell your mom we were coming? I asked under my breath, surveying the dishes upon dishes filled with more food than necessary for the 10 bodies sitting at the table. It was as if Gabriella were trying to feed a small army. When you were packing, he responded, spooning what appeared to be chicken onto both our plates. The drive wasn't that long, was it? He shrugged, dishing more and more food onto my plate. Pasta, green beans, mushrooms, bread, maybe a little over 2 hours. How did she make all this in that short of time? It's her passion. She loves cooking. She loves being able to sit back and watch people enjoy what she's created. Speaking from experience, he leaned toward me, his mouth close to my skin. An ache settled in my stomach, my fingers burning to reach out and feel him. I'd never been so affected by another man. I doubted I ever would be again. There is nothing more satisfying than knowing you brought someone so much joy, so much pleasure. Is that so? I murmured, licking my lips. He sucked in a breath, his eyes locked with mine. Yes, now eat. Why do I need energy for later? I gave him a coy smile. No, he answered, then paused. Well, yes, but if you want to stay in my mother's good graces, you'll eat her food. He grinned, grabbing one of the many bottles of wine and filling our glasses. I've lost count of the number of girls I've dated. She said, were no good for me, all because they barely touched their food when they came over for supper. "Always the ladies' man, huh?" I remarked, taking a sip of my wine. "Don't let him try to tell you otherwise," a voice interjected. We looked across the table at one of his cousins. When Dante had introduced us earlier, I think he said her name was Beatrice. She had the same dark coloring as everyone else, except for her eyes, the blue standing out among a sea of brown. Dante always had a way with the girls. We were in the same grade throughout school, and all my friends always had their eyes on him. He certainly left a trail of broken hearts. "Look who's talking," he shot back playfully, a genuine smile on his lips. I studied him, unable to shake the feeling that I was finally seeing the real Dante. Ever since he told me the truth, I felt as if he was able to drop all pretenses and be himself. He no longer had to be this mysterious, aloof stranger who had to watch what he said, for fear he'd slip and reveal his secret. He could just be Dante. And truth be told, I liked this Dante best. If I remember correctly, Uncle Massimo had to chase a different guy off his property every night of the week. She shrugged, flashing a wicked grin nearly identical to one Dante had treated me to a few times. The fact they were related was unmistakable. A little competition never hurt anyone. I needed to keep those guys on their toes, and it worked. A ruggedly handsome man sitting next to her slung his arm around her shoulders, a twinkle in his dark eyes. Giuseppe and Beatrice were what you Americans refer to as high school sweethearts, Dante explained. But then we both went away to different universities. She looked at Giuseppe, a small smile building on her lips. 10 years ago, we ran into each other again in Palermo, of all places. She returned her attention to me, a glow washing over her when Giuseppe leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her neck. Normally, I hated listening to other people's accounts of how they met their significant others, always thinking it was some fabricated tale. After my unusual beginnings with Dante, I realized anything was possible. He was engaged and working in finance in Rome. I had just opened my interior design business in Florence and wasn't looking for any distractions. When he stole a glance at her, I could feel their love by the way their eyes met, neither one of them wanting to break the connection. I'd never seen anything so beautiful, so inspiring. I thought love like this only existed in the movies. The devotion, the heat, the yearning. My parents never looked at each other that way. Hell, for the longest time, I thought it was completely normal for a married couple to have separate bedrooms. Now I was beginning to think I had it all wrong. Maybe that kind of love did exist in real life. After seeing her again, I knew I'd been a fool to let her slip through my fingers once. I wasn't going to let it happen again. "So, you left your fiancé." I lifted a brow, engrossed in their story. It was captivating. Second chance at love. A random encounter between two people who were somewhere neither one should have been, as if someone else was pulling the strings, almost like Dante and me. I did. I loved her, but it wasn't the same. When I looked at her, I didn't feel that spark, that shock straight to my heart. Not like I do when I look at Bea. Even to this day, after 8 years of marriage and 2 kids, with every day that passes, she grows even more beautiful, despite the few gray hairs I see from time to time. She jabbed him playfully. "They're your fault. He leaned down, placing a soft kiss on the top of her head. She melted at the contact. "How did you two reconnect?" I asked. Beatrice returned her attention to me, taking a sip of her wine before answering. "He found where I'd set up my business. One day when I was closing up, he was waiting outside, holding the same kind of flowers he gave me on our first date back in school." "What were they?" "Scarlet poppies. And if you haven't figured out from being with Dante, stubbornness runs in the family." So I told Giuseppe I wasn't interested, that I didn't have time in my life for a relationship, that his life was in Rome and mine was in Florence. So how could we possibly have a future together? I felt a squeeze on my hand and glanced at Dante. As he gave me a knowing look, lifting a brow, I playfully rolled my eyes before returning my attention to Beatrice. But he was persistent. He refused to take no for an answer. He said he was going to make it his mission to prove to me we could have a future regardless of distance or anything else. That when two people belong together, nothing could keep them apart. Over the next few months, he did just that. 2 years later, we were married. We now have 2 wonderful children, all because this asshole wouldn't take no for an answer. The conversation around the table had grown quiet as everyone listened to Beatrice, even though they'd probably all heard the story more times than they could count. That didn't matter. They seemed just as engrossed as if it were the first time hearing it. "How about you two?" Giuseppe asked, as I brought a forkful of pasta to my mouth. "How did you two meet?" I nervously shifted my gaze to Dante, unsure what story he wanted everyone to know. She propositioned me for a night of passionate sex, then couldn't stay away. I coughed, nearly choking on my food. Dante slid my glass of water toward me, a devilish grin on his face. Bringing the glass to my lips, I glanced at all the wide, shocked eyes staring at me, my face burning. Then raucous laughter broke out. "Good one," Giuseppe commented. "I'll get the real story out of you one of these days." Chapter 7. "Come, I want to show you something." Dante held his hand out as we sat with his family after dinner, my stomach aching from laughing at all their wild stories. This group of people certainly didn't take themselves or life too seriously, which was exactly what I needed to start doing as well. Politely excusing myself from the conversation I'd been having with Beatrice, I placed my hand in his, allowing him to help me from the couch. "What is it?" "You'll see." He winked, then led me out to the patio and into the evening air. A chill ran down my spine, making me shiver. Just as he did my first night in Italy, he shrugged out of his jacket, placing it around my shoulders. That seemed like ages ago, even though it had only been a few days. So much had happened since that night. I felt like I'd led a different life back then, like I was a different person altogether. I supposed I was. "It's beautiful," I remarked, as we walked down a dirt path past rows and rows of what appeared to be olive trees. Leaves and twigs crunched under our feet, the smell of grass, sand dirt comforting me. The night sky was clear with just a slight breeze. Now that we were far away from the city lights, the stars shined brightly, shimmering against the darkness. I never appreciated it before. I felt the burn of his eyes on my skin and glanced up at him. There was a sort of craving within and something else. I couldn't quite explain what it was. Or maybe I knew but didn't want to acknowledge it. I do now. Biting my lip, I looked forward and cleared my throat, cutting through the building tension. Your cousin, Beatrice, had quite the tale about how she and Giuseppe got together. Their love story is like one you read about in books or see in films. He linked his hand with mine again. "But I like ours better," he murmured. I opened my mouth to respond, but didn't know how. How could this be a love story when it was doomed from the very beginning? A love story needed a happy ending. I didn't foresee any happy ending with us. Instead of dwelling on that, I simply nodded, remaining silent, basking in the peacefulness surrounding me. As much as I loved the busy and fevered pace in Rome, this was infinitely better. I'd never lived somewhere I didn't constantly hear cars driving by. Here all I heard was the pounding of my heart in my ears. What was she like? I asked after a while, a bit hesitant at how Dante would react. Something about being surrounded by his family and hearing how he wanted me to be a part of his life invigorated me to learn everything I could about this man. "Who?" He scrunched his brows. "Lily," I said in a soft voice. "What was she like?" He opened his mouth, reluctant. "I'm sorry." I looked away. "I just thought she was so full of life." I flashed my eyes to him, seeing a nostalgic smile on his face as he stared into the distance like he was watching a home movie of her. When she was first born, she only wanted to sleep in our arms. I can't even tell you how many nights I just walked around the house, holding her, singing the same song over and over again. It was the only thing that would put her to sleep. "What song?" "Edelweiss," he said thoughtfully, laughing slightly at the memory. She loved music as a baby, and that love never went away. Every Sunday we would make pancakes and dance around the kitchen to the soundtrack of whatever her favorite Disney movie was that particular day. "She was lucky to have such a caring and devoted father," I remarked. I would have given anything to have just one fond memory of my parents. I did at some point, but too many years had passed. Any happy times we shared had faded now, no more clear than a distant dream. I like to think so. I'll admit, when Allison told me she was pregnant and had decided to keep the baby, I was scared shitless. I was just getting my life together. He ran his hands through his hair. I was committed to my career. By pure dumb luck, I'd made some great connections in culinary school. They helped me get jobs at a few premier restaurants in Rome, Paris, London, and eventually the States. I was still in a bit of a whirlwind at how fast everything had taken off. But the instant I held Lily in my arms, he sighed, a gleam in his eyes. None of that mattered anymore. I knew I'd do everything I could to give her the best life possible, to be a part of that life, to never take her for granted. He paused for a moment. Instead of pushing him to keep going, I let him talk about Lily in his own time. She loved Snoopy and books. God, she loved to read. She would just pull book after book off the shelf and bring them to me to read. That's all she wanted to do when she was younger, and even when she got a little older too. She was able to read before she turned 5, in both English and Italian. He closed his eyes, pulling his lips between his teeth. It made my heart ache to consider all the life experiences this young girl missed out on. Did she ever go to Disneyland? Did she ever go ice skating? Did she ever put her toes in the ocean? These were things too many people took for granted, myself included. After hearing Lily's story, I didn't think I'd ever take them for granted again. I cleared my throat. Do you still talk to her mother? He glanced at me, then slowly shook his head. Something about the longing and remorse on his face made me think there was more to the story, but I didn't want to press him. I didn't know how many old wounds I should open in one night. Allison didn't handle Lily's passing well. Not like anyone could possibly handle that well, but she was angry, depressed. Part of her died that day too, a big part. She loved being Lily's mom, and when that had been taken away from her, she didn't feel like her life had any purpose. What happened? I asked timidly, unsure if I wanted to hear the answer. She pulled away from everyone, friends, family, me. I just figured it was her way of grieving. I took some time away from everything too. About 3 months after Lily died, I had a stopover in New York before heading back here. I went by Allie's house since she hadn't returned any of my calls in over a week. When I got there, no one answered. I considered just walking away, but I had a bad feeling in my gut, so I used the key I still had. He ran his hand over his face, a weariness washing over him. I should have seen all the signs. I was an addict myself at one point. Oh God, I found her lying in Lily's bed, the needle still in her arm. Dante, I'm so sorry. I struggled to find the right words, rendered mute by the amount of tragedy in his life. Not only did he have to say goodbye to his own daughter, but he had to do the same to the mother of his child. I wondered how he could appear so calm and put together, considering all the trauma he'd endured. When we came to a clearing, he stopped walking, facing me. He grabbed my hands in his voice taking on a fevered quality. This is the reason I believe in fate. I have to. You may call it stupid and naive, but believing in the idea that someone else is pulling the strings, that everyone's destiny has been predetermined, is the only thing keeping me from losing my fucking mind, Eleanor. I need to believe there's a reason Lily died and Allie overdosed. If there isn't, his chin quivered and he swallowed hard, his voice growing quiet. If there isn't, I don't think I could go on either. I never meant. He cupped my cheek. I know. He brought his mouth close, his lips brushing mine tenderly. Now you know why I believe in fate so strongly. There was a reason Lily died. And there was a reason we crossed paths. He gestured between us. I don't care what that reason is. All I know is I haven't felt this happy and alive since Lily died. So please let me enjoy this for however much time we have, whether it's just a few more days or for the foreseeable future. I stared into his eyes, the depth of his need consuming me. I did my best to smile, although it wavered a bit. As much as I didn't want to get his hopes up, I refused to dash his dreams. Not now. Not after everything he'd shared with me. He placed a chaste kiss on my cheek, then stepped back, holding his hand out for me. Come. He gestured with his head. My eyes settled on a small house that couldn't have been more than 800 square feet. Where are we? You'll see. He steered me up the front steps, pulling a set of keys from his pocket. Finding the one he needed, he inserted it into the lock, the wooden door opening with a loud creak. He crossed the threshold, pulling me with him, and turned on the light, illuminating a small kitchen and living area. I felt like I'd just stepped back in time, like I was looking at a museum exhibit. There were a few pieces of dated furniture, a worn-out couch, a small round dining table, a tiny desk, and a television with rabbit ears I doubted even worked anymore. The kitchen was in stark contrast to the gourmet one in Dante's apartment and in the main house. There wasn't much to it apart from a stove, sink, and refrigerator. "This is it," he stated, cutting through the silence. "This is where I grew up." I glanced at him as he looked around. His lips turned up slightly at the corners, recalling the ghosts of his past. I continued into the small house, taking it all in. I wanted to remember every drawing, every old knick-knack, every photo. I'd barely been in here a minute, yet I felt the love Gabriella had for Dante and her family, by the multitude of mementos adorning nearly every available surface. My parents never displayed photos of me. I wasn't exactly a high-ranking official or politician, so I didn't quite make the cut. But here, the admiration and respect Gabriella had for Dante was apparent in the way she showed him off to everybody who stepped foot in this house, even before anyone had heard the name Dante Luciano. There were photos of him playing soccer as a small boy, at the beach as a teenager in a chef's jacket, as a 20-something-year-old young man. "Why is all this stuff still here?" I asked. She wanted it this way. She wanted to always have a reminder of where we came from, so we never took anything in life for granted. Don't worry, I had duplicates of all these photos made, so she'd have them up at the house. I stopped at a side table, one photo catching my attention. Dante couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 at the time, a few teeth missing in his wide smile. He sat in front of a meager Christmas tree, only a few boxes of opened presents strewn about. His mother held him in her arms, wearing an expression I couldn't quite articulate. I wondered if that was what love looked like. "Probably not the big, extravagant Christmas you're used to," Dante commented, peering over my shoulder, "but she always made each one special." "Santa never came to my house," I murmured, unable to stop the words from leaving my mouth. He placed his hand on my shoulder, turning me around, his brows furrowed. "You don't mean—" "One of my earliest memories is waking up Christmas morning and dashing down the stairs to see if Santa Tim had come. My eyes prickled with tears I'd kept at bay for decades. I'd seen a few Christmas movies and heard all about Santa. All year I'd made sure to do what my parents asked of me. I was certain he would have come. I gripped the frame harder, the pain of that day returning as if it had just happened yesterday. There was nothing. The only presents under the tree were the ones that had been there the past few weeks, which were props for a photo shoot. When I asked why Santa didn't come, you know what my mother told me? Dante swallowed hard, unmoving. She told me he wasn't real. I couldn't have been more than 3. You'd think she'd tell me that maybe he forgot or something, anything to keep the hope and magic alive. But she didn't. I returned my attention to the photo. "You say you didn't grow up with much," I commented through my tears, "but I would have given anything to have a Christmas like this." Dante quickly enclosed me into his arms, kissing my head as he soothed my sobs. I'd never told that story to anyone, not even Mila. I'd never shared these parts of myself. I'd locked them in a box thinking I could just move on and forget. For the longest time I had. But Dante brought out feelings in me I didn't think possible, feelings I didn't think were real. And it made the pain of my past hurt even more. Not saying a word, he just held me. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to mourn the childhood I never had, to mourn the lack of Play-Doh bubbles and balloons, to mourn the absence of cake and ice cream, to mourn the loss of hope. I tore away from his chest, wiping my cheeks, keeping my head lowered. "I'm sorry. Dante grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes to his. "I promise you, Eleanor, I will give you the Christmas of your dreams. The Christmas you deserve. The Christmas you had ripped from you. Just give me the chance." I stared into his determined gaze, the magnitude and depth overwhelming. Instead of repeating the same excuse I'd told myself, I nodded. "Okay." His expression lit up. "Okay." I smiled a small smile. "Okay." Happiness seeming to wash over every inch of him. He crushed his lips to mine, almost knocking the breath out of me with his sheer joy and affection. I ran my hands through his hair, curving my body into his, kissing him with all the admiration and devotion he deserved. I didn't know why I'd agreed to give him a chance. Maybe I wanted to live in his fantasy world a little longer. Maybe I wanted to pretend the idea of celebrating the holidays together wasn't anything more than a pipe dream. Maybe I wanted to feel the same hope Dante had for our future. The same hope my parents ripped from me too early in my life. The same hope I'd always dreamed of but never felt. Until now. Chapter 8. "We should probably head out." Dante turned to me later that evening after we'd rejoined his family in the main house. "We're not staying here." I tilted my head. "As much as I love my mother, and she loves me." He inched toward me, leaning closer to whisper into my ear, "I'm not so sure I want her overhearing us when I make you moan and scream out my name. And that's exactly what you'll be doing tonight." He pulled back, smiling a salacious smile at me, my heart rate picking up dramatically. I never knew what to expect with him. One minute, there would be a bit of vulnerability about him as he begged me to consider the possibility of a future. The next, he'd be the Dante I propositioned my first night, here, dominant, powerful, compelling. "A little confident of your capabilities, aren't you?" I asked with a sly grin. "Perhaps, but I haven't heard you complaining yet." He winked, then grabbed my hand, helping me up from the couch. "Are you taking off?" Beatrice asked, standing from the reading chair. "It's been a long day." He glanced at me protectively, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. This morning seemed like ages ago now. It almost didn't seem possible that just mere hours earlier I'd walked into Dante's living room to see Brock standing there. "We'll be around all weekend," he offered. "Stop by." Beatrice stood on her toes, kissing Dante on both cheeks. "I will. The kids would love to see you." "I'd like to see them too." Beatrice hugged me. Then we made our way through the room to say the rest of our goodbyes, promising to get together for breakfast on Monday before we headed back to Rome. As we approached the foyer, Dante glanced over his shoulder, then stopped. "I'll be right back," he said, turning from me. "Just 1 minute." "Sure." I lingered in the entryway, peeking around the corner to see Dante standing by the staircase with his mother. There was something about the way he looked into her eyes, the way he leaned down and placed a kiss on each cheek, the way he rested his forehead on hers, drawing in a shaky breath. I'd never felt the love of a mother for a child, or vice versa, until that moment. I'd never thought much about having children of my own. I didn't exactly have the best relationship with my own parents. I guess I didn't want to repeat the cycle of disappointment. As I watched Dante share a tender moment with his mother, I entertained the idea for the first time, despite how absurd it truly was. A warmth flowed through me as I pictured Dante singing our child to sleep, teaching him or her Italian, walking into the kitchen on a Sunday morning to see them making pancakes together. The images were so real in my head, I could almost taste the vanilla and smell the butter. "Are you okay?" Dante's voice broke me out of my thoughts. I watched him hurry toward me, his brows drawn together in concern. "Your eyes." I blinked, wiping away a tear that had escaped. "It's beautiful," I commented with a small smile. "How much your mother loves you. How much you love her. I wish." He drew me into his embrace, cutting me off. "Don't wish for things that are out of your control. I know you may not believe it, but everything happens for a reason. If you didn't have the relationship you do with your parents, you may never have ended up on that plane a few days ago. Our paths never would have crossed." He leaned back, peering into my eyes. "And we never would have had this." I shook my head, my eyes continuing to water. "What is this, Dante?" He let out a simple laugh. "It's fate." The beat of footsteps grew closer, and we both snapped our heads up to see Gabriella approaching us. "Eleanor." She reached out as Dante released his hold on me. She enclosed me in her warm embrace, kissing my cheeks. "Just remember." She pulled back, looking into my eyes. "No matter what course you choose, what is meant to be will be." I swallowed hard, unable to come up with any response. She squeezed my arms, then turned from us, heading toward the stairs. "Mama, let me help you." Dante rushed to her side, reaching for her arm. She slapped his hand away. "I can handle these stairs. I'm not dead yet." He stepped back, the lines around his face creasing with worry as he watched her climb the winding staircase. I wondered why he was making such a fuss. Gabriella didn't seem old and frail by any stretch of the imagination. She was perhaps in her 60s, but I knew plenty of people that age who were still very active. "Buonanotte, tesoro mio," she said when she reached the top of the landing. "Buonanotte, Mama." Dante answered with a sigh, keeping his eyes trained on her until she disappeared down the hallway, and we heard a door closing. Then he turned back to me, fixing his expression. "Ready." He held his arm out toward me. "See." I grabbed onto his elbow, and he led me out of the house. The drive was quiet as Dante navigated the rustic country roads. This was the Italy I'd always imagined, rolling dirt roads lined with trees and vines, yellows and greens everywhere. It was quiet. It was peaceful. It was romantic. The air infused me with a sense of serenity. After driving for about 20 minutes, Dante turned into a driveway. Once he entered a code into a keypad by the entrance, the wrought iron gates opened, allowing us access. He drove down a narrow dirt drive around a bend, then up a hill. "Wow," I murmured in awe, as a palatial brick building came into view. I'd been around money and power all my life, but had never seen anything so opulent. "Is this yours?" See, he said with a shrug as if it were nothing. "Wow," I repeated. "You like..." He lifted a brow as he put the car in park. "I like, and I haven't even seen the inside yet." "Well, then allow me to give you a tour." He jumped out and ran around, helping me from the car before grabbing our bags. When he opened the front door, permitting me to enter ahead of him, I blinked repeatedly, overwhelmed by the saipa elegance surrounding me. It was as if old-world Italy had collided with modern luxury, but in the best way possible. I didn't think houses like this existed in the real world. Everything was exactly as I would have imagined a villa in Italy would be: light-colored walls, neutral furniture, exposed brick and wood. Beatrice has a wonderful eye for design, don't you think? I gaped at him. She designed this, he nodded. Yes, and my mother's house, and my apartment in Rome. Incredible, I breathed, following him past the entryway, which made quite a statement with its vaulted ceilings, and into a large living area. My eyes were immediately drawn to the exposed light wood beams overhead, an accent of light brick on the large rounded archways separating the spacious rooms. Past the formal living area and through one of the archways was a TV room library and a game room. There was even a workout room and an indoor pool. Lily loved to swim, he said, after finishing the tour of the lower level. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice before his expression brightened. And so do a lot of my cousin's kids. It gives them a way to blow off steam during the colder months. But there's also a spa and pool outside too, for when it's warmer. This house is spectacular. I sauntered toward him, swaying my hips. My eyes grew more heated with each step I took. But you haven't shown me the best part yet. He shortened the distance, and electricity buzzing between us. And what's that? The bedroom, Dante, I replied firmly. A devilish smile curved on his lips. This way, mia cara. Clutching my hand in his, he led me to a staircase just off the entryway. With every step I took through his home, I marveled at how far Dante had come from his meager beginnings. He worked hard for everything he had. I never knew what that was like. Most people in my life, with the exception of Mila, had been handed everything, myself included. To say I was anxious at the prospect of returning to California and having to rebuild my life from scratch was certainly an understatement. But seeing how much Dante had been able to achieve, even with all the curveballs life had thrown at him, gave me hope I'd find my own way too, whether or not he was by my side. As I did so, we slowed to a stop outside a light wood door at the end of the hallway. He pushed it open, a soft glow illuminating the room. I stepped inside, instantly surrounded by serenity and comfort. A four-poster bed sat in the center of the room, sheer linens draped over the canopy. Just past that was a sitting area by the fireplace. I could picture myself curling up in one of those chairs during the cooler months, a fire in the hearth warming me. But that wasn't what took my breath away. It was the view from the French doors. I padded toward them, unlocking them and stepping onto the balcony. Rolling hills spread out in front of me, the almost full moon lighting acres of vineyards. I'd never seen anything so gorgeous, so heavenly, so perfect. It was as if Dante had peered into my imagination and constructed my dream home. He approached, brushing my hair over my shoulder. His lips delicately met my skin, causing a shiver of anticipation to trickle down my spine, my heart rate picking up. My eyes fluttered closed as I basked in his proximity, his touch, his essence. His hand trailed down the contour of my frame, settling on my hip. Tightening his hold, he tugged me against him, my pulse skyrocketing as I gasped. The sudden change from the gentle, tender lover to the dominating, controlling man I thought him to be when we first met, momentarily took me by surprise. I spun around, meeting his wanton stare. His chest heaved as he seemed to undress me, with his eyes ripping every last protective barrier to shreds, leaving me completely exposed and unguarded. Dragging my tongue along the curve of my mouth, I grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him toward me, but he resisted, a coy smile crossing his face. "Is this the way you want to play it?" I mused in a sultry tone. "You want to play hard to get." Chewing on my lower lip, I released my hold on him. "Because I'm here to tell you, Signor Luciano." My fingers found his tie and tightened, tugging him as I walked backwards from the balcony into the coquette master bedroom, keeping my eyes glued to his. He remained silent, his powerful expression unmoving, giving nothing away. When I see something I want, I stop at nothing until I have it. I smiled flirtatiously as I repeated his words from earlier. Raising myself onto my toes, I leaned into him, sweeping my lips against the stubble on his jaw. "And I want you," I murmured. As I began to loosen his tie, he swiftly grabbed my wrist, his lust-filled eyes searing my skin. "Not yet." He shook his head. "Not until I say so." Freeing myself from his hold, I stepped back and gave him the look I reserved for the courtroom or a negotiation, when I wanted to make it apparent I wasn't one to be messed with. "You've been in control since we met." I walked away from him, glancing over my shoulder as I stopped in front of a reading chair. And while I certainly love the way it makes me feel, I lifted my foot onto the chair leisurely, running my hands down my leg, taking my time, torturing Dante with each drawn-out second. The way it makes my skin yearn for your touch. I loosened the buckle on my wedge sandal, sliding it off my foot and dropping it to the floor before switching legs, teasing Dante even more as I caressed the other leg. His fists clenched his chest, rising and falling in a quicker pattern. I tossed the other sandal to the side, then straightened, slowly lowering the zipper of my sundress. "The way my body is starved for yours." I ran my fingers down the contours of my frame, pushing the sundress off my body. My eyes fluttered closed as I imagined my hands were Dante's. And as much as I wanted them to be, I wanted this more. The seduction, the torture, the heat in his eyes as I returned my gaze to his, the animalistic craving unmatched. "It's my turn." I finished, my voice almost a growl, as I sauntered toward him, clad only in pink lace panties and matching bra. "I'm in charge now." I raised myself onto my toes, running my tongue along his neck before pulling back and meeting his stare. "And if I say it's time for you to lose the clothes, that means it's time to lose the clothes." I had difficulty reading him, unsure whether he liked this role reversal between us. I had no idea what had come over me. I'd never been this confident or bold in the bedroom before. Then again, I'd never been with a partner who allowed me to be free to explore and experiment, who wouldn't make me feel ashamed for my wants and needs. I'd never felt so comfortable with somebody before, and I wanted to give Dante everything he'd given me in the short time we'd known each other. God, that's hot. He gripped my hips, yanking me against him. His need for me was unmistakable. I quickly freed myself from his grasp, shaking my head. "Tisk, tisk, tisk," I pouted. "No touching unless I say so." "You should know, Eleanor." He advanced toward me. "I've never been good at following direction." Before I could react, he crushed my body to his, his mouth covering mine, his kiss greedy, insatiable, voracious. Despite wanting to play hard to get, I couldn't resist the feel of this man devouring me. I moaned into him, sparks igniting, as his hands roamed my body. Panting, I pulled out of the kiss, nibbling on his bottom lip. Bad boy, I teased. What can I say? I like breaking the rules. He lowered his mouth back to mine, leaving me with a simple kiss. If you want to be in charge, you're in charge. He stepped away. I'm yours to do with as you desire. Butterflies flitted in my stomach at the thought. While I knew I had a lot to learn in the bedroom, that didn't matter to me. I was with someone who would never judge me, who would guide me, help me figure out what I liked. And as much as I loved when Dante was in control, a part of me was alive with the notion of being the one calling the shots. Straightening my spine, I sauntered toward where he stood by the bed. I pushed his jacket off his broad shoulders, then loosened his tie, tossing it to the floor. My eyes glued to his impassioned gaze, I slowly unbuttoned his dark dress shirt. With each button, his breathing increased, my fingers subtly grazing against the taut flesh of his chest. This man was the epitome of perfection, at least for me. Olive-toned skin, chiseled physique, sculpted abs that ended in a V which disappeared into his pants. I lowered myself down his body, relishing in the taste and feel of his warm skin on my lips. When I got to his waist, I knelt and unbuckled his belt. Unzipping his pants, I palmed his erection through his boxer briefs. Eleanor, he moaned, his eyes glued to mine as I freed him, stroking him. My lips parted, my tongue darting out as I gradually took him into my mouth, tasting the bit of pre-cum that had settled on his tip. Do you like that? I asked, feeling emboldened. He reached down, wrapping my hair around his fist. You have no fucking idea, baby. He moved his hips with the rhythm. I set his grip on my hair, tightening as his breathing grew heavier. God, Eleanor. Groaning, his eyelids fluttered closed as a look of ecstasy built on his face. Don't leave me, he begged, his firm voice softening. Don't ever leave me. Never, I breathed. I gradually increased my motions, then pulled back, repeating the same torturous rhythm over and over. Touch yourself, Dante ordered, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Please, he added, remembering I was the one in control. Unable to deny him anything, I trailed one hand down my body, his eyes glued to me as I continued fucking him with my mouth. I spread my legs, my hand disappearing into my panties, moaning when I ran my fingers against my wetness. I'd never been so turned on in my life, afraid so much as a whisper of a touch against my center would make me fall apart. Fuck, Dante hissed, increasing his motions. When his chest began heaving, I knew he was on the brink of coming undone. I lightly bared my teeth as I slid a finger inside me, my brain a slave to the erotic and addicting pleasure flowing through me. I'm going to come, he muttered, biting his lip. Me too. I ran my tongue across his length before taking him into my mouth once more. He moved against me with even more urgency. I matched him with frantic and erratic motions. He gripped my head, thrusting into me his entire body, tightening before he released into my mouth, my own body quivering as an orgasm, unlike any I'd ever given myself, consumed me. Suddenly, Dante yanked me to my feet, His tongue plunged into my mouth before I even had a chance to catch my balance, momentarily stealing the breath from me. Every one of his kisses seemed to consume me, body and soul. This kiss was no different, but with each kiss, I knew I'd have one less. One less sweep of his tongue, one less brush of his hand, one less flutter of my heart. I tore away, licking my lips. Then I brought my hand up to his mouth. "Suck," I ordered. Without breaking his gaze from mine, he took 2 fingers into his mouth, swirling his tongue around them, the feel of him lighting me on fire once more. I ripped my fingers away before he made me come by that alone. It sounded impossible, but with Dante, I'd learned anything was possible. "You taste delicious." His voice broke through. He wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me to him, his growing erection twitching against me. He ran his tongue along my jawline. "I want to bury my cock in you, baby." Pulling away, I gave him a coquettish look. "Ready so soon?" I teased. "I'm always ready for you. Do you have any idea how difficult tonight was?" He moved toward me, reaching around me to unfasten my bra. "All I wanted to do was haul you into one of the bedrooms upstairs and make you scream." He hooked his fingers into my panties, yanking them down, and I wouldn't have given a fuck who heard you. Stepping out of my underwear, I placed my hand on his chest, pushing him onto the mattress. I climbed on top of him as he pulled himself to the head of the bed. "Then make me scream now." I grabbed his now hard arousal and lowered myself onto him, pausing to get acclimated to his size, my motions slow. "Come on, baby." Dante grabbed my hips, moving me up and down on him. "Ride me like I know you want to." "Fuck," I breathed as I dug my nails into his skin, moving against him with more fervor, more want, more exhilaration. I didn't think I'd ever tire of hearing the things that came out of this man's mouth. I doubted I'd ever meet anyone again who could make me fall apart from his words alone. "That's right." His eyes seared me, our gaze unwavering, as I climbed higher and higher, my pulse increasing. Before I met Dante, I didn't think having an orgasm during sex without any help was possible. Now I knew I was simply with the wrong person, in more ways than one. With each second that passed, each shiver down my spine, each toe-curling sensation filling me with warmth, I had difficulty imagining my life without this man in it. "Are you close?" he asked, when he noticed my breathing grow labored. "Yes," I exhaled. My chest heaved as the fire spread through me. I raked my hands down his body, his flesh reddening under my harsh touch. "Try to hold on, baby. I want to come with you." Biting my lower lip, I nodded, struggling against my orgasm as Dante tightened his hold on my hips, forcing me against him with an unparalleled need. I closed my eyes, unsure how much longer I'd be able to reel in the pleasure, wanting to be set free. "Look at me, Eleanor." I peered into his fiery eyes. He cupped my face in his hands, bringing my head closer to his. "I want you to see me," he panted. "I do see you," I answered with a slight quiver. He was all I saw. Nothing else. Not my past. Not my future. Just Dante. Just this moment. Just this feeling. "Only you. Only you," he repeated. His stare became carnal, animalistic, wanton, his lips parting. I felt his body tighten below me, and I knew he was on the brink of unraveling. I lowered my mouth, hovering over his, our breath intermingling. Let go, Eleanor. I increased my rhythm, an explosion of light, blinding me as I screamed out his name. Grabbing the back of my neck, he plunged his tongue into my mouth, his body jerking and shaking in time with mine. Gradually slowing my motions, I moaned into him, overwhelmed with ecstasy, euphoria, happiness. I ran my hands through his hair, kissing him slower, deeper, more fully, as I rolled onto my back, bringing him with me, our lips never parting. Nothing in my life ever seemed right. Nothing in my life ever made sense. Nothing in my life ever brought me true joy. I'd grown complacent content to simply do what was expected of me instead of following my own ambitions. Until Dante. He'd opened my eyes and heart to what I'd been missing, to how life should be, to what happiness felt like. How could I possibly go back to my old life after this? Chapter 9. A breeze tickled my skin, and my eyes fluttered open, my gaze settling on a pair of sheer curtains waving in front of the open French doors. Sunlight bathed the room, everything about this place and time, making me feel as if I were in a dream. I glanced to the opposite side of the bed, heat radiating from my chest when my eyes fell on Dante's slumbering form. His lips were curled up slightly in the corners, a peaceful air about him. I couldn't help but smile. For a moment, I lowered my defenses and allowed myself to consider how perfect it would be to wake up by his side every day, to feel his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow tickle my skin, to savor his lips murmuring good morning to me. Last night, I'd told him I would give him a chance. Why was it so hard for me to break from my plan and consider the possibility that there was a reason Dante had entered my life? Too soon my bladder throbbed in discomfort, tearing me away from my fantasy world. Gingerly getting out of bed so I didn't disturb Dante, I quietly padded across the large bedroom and into the ensuite bathroom, which was nearly as big as the bedroom. A beautiful clawfoot tub sat at the far end in front of tempered glass windows. The view of the acres and acres of vineyards surrounding us, evoking a sense of calm. After going about my business and freshening up a bit, I returned to the bedroom. Seeing my suitcase, I retrieved a silk kimono robe and pulled it on, securing the sash around my waist. Then I stepped out onto the balcony. I briefly closed my eyes, relishing in the feeling of the sun on my face. There was a slight chill in the air as the sun continued to rise. An early morning dew shimmered on the grass and vines, the beauty that lay before me, unlike anything I'd ever seen in my life. I'd done a fair bit of traveling, mostly in the States, but nothing compared to the peacefulness I felt here. I leaned my arms on the stone railing, wanting to remember everything about this place, the way the breeze wrapped around me, the way the birds sang, the way the air smelled of sweetness mixed with a bit of spice. Even the air smelled like Dante. I lost track of time as I stood admiring my surroundings, imagining how perfect life would be if this were the view that greeted me each morning. Suddenly, a pair of arms enclosed me in the familiar warm embrace that was beginning to feel more and more like home. "Buongiorno, amore mio," he crooned into the crook of my neck, his voice raspy from sleep. I melted into him, the timbre of his words, like a beautiful song I could listen to over and over again. Buongiorno, amore mio, I offered in response, although my Italian left a lot to be desired. How did you sleep? He asked, keeping his arms around me, the scruff of his unshaven jawline tickling my skin. Great. One of the best night's sleep I've had in a while. I turned to face him. For once, there wasn't some fiend waking me up every few hours to put his cock in me. I winked. He studied me for a moment as if there were a question on the tip of his tongue. Then he leaned toward me, his lips grazing mine. It wasn't because I didn't want to. You had a long day yesterday. I wanted you to get some sleep. His expression showed a hint of worry before he recovered, placing a chaste kiss on my lips. But tonight, my beautiful Eleanor, is an entirely different story. He shot me a mischievous grin. And let me just say that last night was... He bit his lower lip, his lustful stare scorching my skin. Yes, I raised a brow. It was fucking hot. We're doing that again. He covered my mouth with his greedily kissing me, then released me from his hold. Coffee. Struggling to catch my breath, I simply nodded. I'll return shortly. He led me toward a small bistro set to the right of the French doors, helping me into one of the chairs. As he strode inside, I admired his chiseled backside, thinking I'd never tire of seeing him clad only in a pair of boxer briefs. He disappeared from view, and I turned my eyes back to the rolling hills in front of me, allowing the sights and smells of this tranquil slice of heaven to bathe me in comfort and ease. Yesterday was probably one of the most trying days I'd ever had yet. It didn't worry me like it normally would have, like it would have worried the old Ellie. That seemed to be the effect Dante had on me. My troubles didn't seem as bad when I was with him. When the aroma of coffee invaded my senses, I turned my head smiling as Dante placed a tray on the metal table. I thought you were just bringing back coffee, I teased, as my eyes scanned the selection of pastries and fruit that accompanied 2 steaming cups of coffee. My stomach chose that precise moment to growl, and he lifted a brow, smirking. Sounds like it's a good thing I brought some refreshments, too. He reached for one of the cups, offering it to me. Milk and 1 sweetener. Correct. Smiling, I took the pristine white mug from him, relishing in the feel of the warmth between my hands. You remembered, I commented, thinking how Brock never brought me coffee the way I liked it. I doubted he even knew. We didn't really talk to each other much. Not about the little things, like how I took my coffee, what toppings I preferred on my pizza, whether I liked ketchup or mustard on my hot dog. The more I thought about it, the more I realized Brock was a complete stranger to me, despite the fact we'd shared a home and bed for the past several years. You've made a lasting impression on me, Eleanor. Dante's gaze met mine, pulling me out of my past, making me want to only look toward my future. A future that was becoming more and more difficult to imagine without this man in it. I brought my coffee to my mouth, taking a sip. Even the coffee tastes better here. I leaned back into my chair. This place is paradise. If I lived here, I'd never leave. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Then Dante urged in a quiet voice, a longing building in his brilliant gaze. Dante, I sighed, placing my mug on the table. I know. He briefly closed his eyes, his expression falling. I apologize. It's not fair of me to keep bringing it up. I'm not naive enough to take any promises made when emotions run high, like they did last night as gospel. I pulled my lips between my mouth, hating the idea of crushing his hopes. The truth was, I couldn't entirely rule out the idea of staying here with Dante. It didn't sound nearly as crazy as I thought it had when he first brought it up. Passing him a sly glance, I said, "If we're meant to be together, fate will make sure we are." He took a sip. "I thought there was no such thing as fate. Maybe you've changed my mind on that matter." I reached across the table and grabbed his hand. "Maybe Lily's changed my mind on that matter too." He floated his eyes to mine, an unreadable look on his face. Gratitude, maybe. It didn't change the fact that Dante made me rethink my opinion on fate, on hope, on returning home. Withdrawing my hand from his, I cleared my throat. "So, what are you going to do now?" I asked. "What do you mean?" His eyebrows furrowed. "About James." I responded, fidgeting with my coffee mug, "about getting answers." I looked at him, my voice even. "You need answers, Dante. You need to know the truth, no matter what that is. I don't think you'll ever move on if you don't. I don't think you can have a future." I swallowed hard, with me or anyone else, if you're still clinging to the past. I know he agreed, albeit reluctantly. But now I'm back to square one, I really thought. He shook his head, his shoulders slumping forward. I felt his frustration from across the table. I wished there were something I could do to dampen his pain, to ease the heartache that still consumed him, body and soul, whenever he spoke of Lily. "Not necessarily," I offered, the wheels spinning. He quickly raised his head, studying me with a probing gaze. "What do you? You thought I may know something because I was about to marry his son?" I shrugged. "I can go back and tell Brock I've come to my senses. He's pompous and self-centered enough to—" "No," Dante said forcefully, slamming a fist on the table, startling me. I shot my eyes toward his as he drew in a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure. "No," he repeated softer this time. "Absolutely not. I can't put you in that position. But if you think it will help you get answers, I'll do it. It may take me a little while to get back into his father's good graces, but I'm sure I'll be able to." Before I ran out on Brock, we were pretty close. Dante faced me, clutching my hands in his, running his fingers over my knuckles. "You can't, Eleanor. I won't let you. And it's not only because it will mean you're leaving me. Remember what you said yesterday when I was ready to call the authorities to have Brock arrested?" He raised a brow. "How if you were forced to return to that life you didn't know, if you'd be able to break free again? That was before I knew about—" "You refused to have Brock arrested for the same reason. I can't allow you to do what you're proposing." He released my hands, reaching toward me to brush a tendril of hair behind my ear. "If you go back to that life, I may lose you. As much as I want answers and to close this chapter, I won't put your life at risk to do so." "My life won't be at risk," I insisted. Really, Dante tilted his head, narrowing his eyes on the mark on my neck. "If I'm not mistaken, I seem to remember walking into my apartment to see Brock choking you, cutting off your oxygen." His jaw tightened, his shoulders tensing. "I don't even like the idea of you going back to California, where you may run into him. But to throw you straight into the lion's den?" He shook his head. "Out of the question." "Yes, but nothing." "Eleanor," he said forcefully, staring at the rolling hills, "I'll find another way. If what my source said is true, if there's some sort of corruption going on that caused Lily's death, it won't stay covered up forever. You know what they say, don't you? He lifted a brow. What's that? Two can keep a secret only if one of them is dead. The truth will come out eventually, and I hope I'm there to wipe the self-righteous smirk off that bastard's face. Chapter 10. Would you like a water? Dante asked me as we lounged by his outdoor pool later that morning, after all the drama and excitement of yesterday. All I wanted to do today was relax, and Dante was only too happy to cater to my every whim. No, I'm okay for now. Just let me know if there's anything you need. I glanced at him from over the top of my sunglasses, giving him a lascivious grin. He sat in the lounge chair beside me wearing a pair of swim trunks and nothing else. The heat had caused a bit of sweat to bead on his chest, making his skin glisten. I did my best to keep my eyes trained on his face, but it was nearly impossible to not ogle his physique. The broad shoulders, the firm muscles, the sculpted abs, the dark skin, the slight bit of hair disappearing beyond his waist. I didn't think I'd ever tire of this man. Something I can help you with, Eleanor? He asked flirtatiously when he noticed I was looking anywhere but at his face. Placing my book on the ground, I remained mute as I stood and climbed onto his chair, straddling him. I yanked at the elastic securing my hair back and leaned down, shading his face. Grinding against him, I hovered my lips over his, the feel of his erection growing hard against me, making my confidence increase with each second, each circle of my hips, each whisper of my mouth against his. He grabbed the back of my neck, his eyes growing dark. Eleanor, he growled, his muscles tightening as I continued torturing him. You're driving me crazy. Good, I breathed against him before pulling away. He kept chasing my kiss to no avail. Are you trying to be a tease? Biting my lower lip, I gave him a coy look. Why is it working? You bet your beautiful ass it is. He forced my head toward his, crushing his mouth to mine. He ran his hands along my frame, settling on my ass, his harsh grip flaming my need for him. A loud ringing pierced the air, and I leaned back, eyeing his cell phone on the side table next to his chair. He glanced at the screen, frustration washing over his face. You need to get that, don't you? I'm sorry. It's a business thing. He placed his hands on my hips and gingerly lifted me off him, kissing my nose. I'll make it quick. He stood, then answered his phone, keeping his voice low, but I could tell he was speaking English. My forehead wrinkling, I scrutinized him as he disappeared into the house. I glanced at my watch. 11:38 a.m. in Rome. That meant it was 5:38 in the morning on the East Coast and 2:38 on the West Coast. Who was calling Dante so early? I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I had a feeling Dante wasn't completely honest when he said it was a business call. As much as I wished I could trust him blindly, I couldn't not yet not, after everything I'd learned yesterday. So instead of retaking my place on my lounge chair, I headed into the house, my footsteps delicate as I listened for any sign of Dante, doing my best not to alert him to my presence. The living areas were empty, the only light coming from the sun beaming through the large windows. As I continued toward the staircase, I heard an obviously American voice crack over the speaker of his phone from down the hallway off the foyer. Mr. Luciano, are you still there? My ears perked up and I tiptoed past the staircase toward the source. The voice was low, gravelly, with a distinct Midwestern accent. "Yes, I'm here. I'm not sure why someone would feed you false information." "It's obvious, isn't it?" Dante interrupted with a heavy sigh. Desperate to hear every word, I paused just outside his office, a small gap between the door and frame, permitting enough sound to escape to allow me to listen in on this private conversation. My suspicions that this wasn't a business conversation grew stronger every second. Someone thought I was getting too close to figuring out what was going on, so they wanted to divert my attention. "How did you figure out Cynthia Edelman may not have committed suicide?" I stepped closer, holding my breath. "It's not much, and most likely not sufficient to reopen the case, but my guy was able to break through the firewalls and get into the secure server at Barnes Pharmaceuticals. He couldn't find anything too suspicious there, but he did notice a forwarded email she sent to what we've determined to be her private account. When we looked into that account, we found correspondence between Ms. Edelman and an account registered to a John Doe regarding your phone calls about Sprylift. I'll be forwarding them to you, but in a nutshell, she told the recipient of the email that you'd been asking questions about Sprylift again. That's when the recipient threatened her, telling her to do whatever it took to divert your attention or suffer the consequences. Doesn't it seem odd she'd use email knowing someone may find it? It could just be another setup. She certainly tried to cover her tracks, but my tech guy was able to locate them. I could be wrong, but my gut is telling me this was authentic correspondence. Even if it is, that doesn't mean my father's not the one behind it. Mr. Luciano, the man interrupted. You hired me to take care of your interests over here in the States because of my ability to always see through the bullshit. When you came to me asking for help to get to the bottom of what really happened to your daughter, I was more than happy to help, but I was adamant that I'd follow the investigation no matter where it led me. You can hold a grudge against your father for abandoning your mother all you want, but he's not the man responsible. I have zero physical evidence tying him to anything to do with this. The only evidence we had was a phone call from a woman we now know was taking orders from someone else. Maybe he's just really good at covering his tracks. There was a pause on the line. I've told you, James Harrison has no motive. Do I agree with every decision he's made in his political career? Certainly not, but I can't ignore the fact that I have evidence of someone else being involved. Evidence? Dante repeated, his voice filled with intrigue. How much did Eleanor Crenshaw tell you about her parents? The man inquired after a beat. More specifically, her father. A sudden chill washed over me as I listened to his words. What was he insinuating? Part of me wanted to walk away and not hear anymore, but I was paralyzed, unable to move, to blink, to breathe. Not much. Based on what I do know, she doesn't exactly have the best relationship with either of them. It appears they simply had her to further her father's political career, especially considering he had aspirations to be in the White House. Why? Silence filled the air. Then the man released a heavy sigh. I had my tech guy trace the email Cynthia had been corresponding with. Every single one had been sent from different public computers at various libraries in the Southern California and Washington, D.C. metro area. One of the IP addresses was at a library in a suburb north of Los Angeles. I was able to get access to their security cameras. Much to my surprise at the time, one of the emails was sent from a computer at that particular library. A man with a gait and build identical to Francis Crenshaw's entered the library, keeping his head lowered to avoid the cameras, and sat at one of the computers. I let out a gasp, quickly covering my mouth with my hand and peeking through the small crack between the door and frame to make sure Dante hadn't heard me. My face heated, struggling to comprehend what this man was saying. It felt like the walls were closing in on me, my world spinning. I didn't want to believe it, not because I had some idealistic notion that my parents were good people, but they were my parents. While we'd always had a difference in opinion, I didn't want to consider the notion that my father could have played a part in the death of this man's daughter. This man I was falling for, this man I could see myself having a future with. How could we have a future when all he'd ever see, when he looked at me from this point forward, was the daughter of the man who destroyed his life? What exactly are you saying? Dante pressed. I'm saying you may be sleeping with the enemy, or at least the enemy's daughter. Perhaps there's some other explanation. His voice had taken on a pleading quality, as if he didn't want to believe it any more than I wanted to. I'd never been close to my father, but I felt like I was learning about a complete stranger, a person I'd read about in the news who fell from grace. I'd seen other political families find themselves at the bottom after being entangled in a scandal. I never thought it would happen to my family. It could just be a coincidence. Who else is in the security feed from the library? There was a loud sigh on the other end. I went to the library myself and sat at the same computer Crenshaw used. I checked the IP address. It's a match. I tracked down security footage of the other libraries these anonymous emails had been sent from. Every single one of them. You said it yourself. You didn't see his face. I've seen photos of James and Francis together. They have the same build. Perhaps Mr. Luciano, please. I may not have seen his face, but how do you explain the fact that an exterior camera on one of the libraries picked up a car matching one registered to Francis Crenshaw? My father's good friends with him. Perhaps he's trying to make it appear as if Francis is involved, not him. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. I've received a copy of Francis Crenshaw's schedule, and it checks out. The emails sent from D.C. libraries correspond to when he was in D.C., and the emails sent from California to when he was home. James Harrison was in D.C. at the time each of the emails was sent. I need you to get the idea that he is the one behind this out of your head. This new development points to it being the father of the woman you're currently playing house with. When you called me earlier this week and told me there was something going on between you two, I told you to walk away. And I'm going to reiterate that same advice now. Walk away. My breathing increased as I stared at Dante. I was waiting for him to agree that he shouldn't pursue anything with me. If I'd found out the father of the man I was falling for may have been responsible for a loved one's death, I certainly wouldn't be able to stomach being in their presence. I can't. Dante hung his head. You don't know anything about this woman. She may have approached you on her father's orders. She may be playing a part too. No. He slammed his fist on the desk, his tone severe. She wouldn't. I approached her because I thought she could give me information. When she found out, he shook his head, his voice trailing off. No one could fake that reaction. You'd be surprised. She was raised by a powerful political family. Lying is as second nature as riding a bike to them, not to Eleanor. She's different. She's not one of them. I pulled my lips between my teeth, my heart aching and filling with affection at the same time. He barely knew me, but knew enough that I wouldn't be involved in something like this, whatever this was. "Don't say I didn't warn you," the man replied with a heavy sigh. "We've started pulling bank records and tax returns to see what Crenshaw's connection to Barnes or Ms. Edelman is. We call it off." Dante interrupted, his voice firm and unwavering, the commanding and dominating man returning. "Whatever you've been working on, stop, and tell all your guys the same thing. I want this ended now." My jaw dropped as I shook my head, unable to fathom the idea that this man was willing to do this, and for what? There was a brief pause on the line. "You understand, the truth may come out eventually, like I've always said." "I know," he replied. "Two can keep a secret only if one of them is dead. And I understand my request that you stop what you're doing may not prevent someone else from discovering what's going on. At least I can sleep better, knowing it wasn't my actions that caused Eleanor any distress." "You're certain about this?" the man asked once more. "If we scrap the investigation and pick up again later, there's no telling what this guy may be able to bury in the interim. Some things are more important." "Okay then." His tone made it readily apparent that he disagreed with this course of action. "I'll see that my tech guy stops what he's doing and destroys all the evidence." "Thank you." Dante tapped on the screen of his phone, ending the call. He released a defeated sigh briefly, closing his eyes. After remaining still for a moment, he pushed away from his desk. I quickly straightened, padding on light feet down the hallway and scurrying back outside. I was at a complete loss for words as I attempted to slow my breathing and make it appear as if I'd never left this spot. Overhearing this conversation was the wake-up call I needed. Over the past 24 hours, the fantasy of staying with Dante clouded my rationale and reason. That wasn't reality. Nothing about any of this was. I'd allowed myself to listen to my heart instead of my brain. I had a mile-long list of reasons why I needed to go home, and all the things said during this conversation only added to that list. There was just one item on my list of why I should stay: Dante. I no longer felt that was enough. "Hey," Dante's deep baritone cut through my thoughts as he rejoined me in the lounge area by the pool. He beamed a brilliant smile at me, acting as if he didn't just learn. "My father may be responsible for his daughter's death." "Hey," I answered, my voice clipped, lacking the playful exuberance it had earlier. Dante noticed. He seemed to notice everything about me. "Are you okay?" "Of course." I looked at him, forcing a smile. "Are you sure?" He narrowed his gaze as he sat on his chair beside me. "Yes, I'm sure," I responded, my tone becoming seductive to mask the uncertainty filling me. I needed to distract him so he wouldn't ask questions, and I knew one surefire way of doing that. Crawling onto his lounge chair, I straddled him, circling my hips, waking up his erection. Lowering my mouth toward his, my hair provided a curtain around us. Now where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? I pouted my lips, slowly, running my tongue along my top one. If memory serves, we were right. I closed the distance, our breath intermingling. About even closer. Here. I pressed my mouth against his, biting his lower lip eliciting a strangled groan from him. "You like that?" God, yes. I didn't know what came over me. Maybe it was the disgust toward my parents for everything they put me through my entire life, just to advance their position. Maybe it was the despondency at the idea that the person who gave me life could be so callous and uncaring as to be involved in the taking of another human's life, a child's no less. Maybe it was the frustration I felt for not seeing them for who they were years ago, for still living under their thumb when I could have been free. Whatever it was, it filled me with a bitterness unlike any I'd ever experienced, and I needed to do something to extinguish the rage burning inside of me to forget for a minute. With determined fingers, I tugged Dante's swim trunks down his legs, his eyes flinging wide open. I swiftly shimmied out of my bikini bottoms and lowered myself onto him, my nails digging into his skin, biting, pulling, tugging as I fucked him hard, relentless, unforgiving. He matched my own fury, grabbing my face in his hands, forcing my eyes to his. And in that moment, as he looked at me, pleading without saying a word, I wondered if he knew I had eavesdropped in on his conversation. "Don't go," he begged, gripping my hips with increased strength as he lifted me up and slammed me back down on him, each motion bringing me higher and higher. Dante. I moaned, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "Don't go," he said, this time rougher, more callous, more demanding. "Dante." I hissed, my chest heaving. "Don't go." His voice grew louder, violent, desperate. "Dante." I pressed my hands against his chest, digging, clawing, hurting. This was ugly and brutal and heartbreaking all at once. He grabbed the back of my neck, forcing my lips against his hold on me, tightening as if it would keep me here with him. But nothing would. Not anymore. I moved against him with more urgency, his tongue tangling with mine, his body intertwining with mine, his heart pounding against mine, twisting me tighter and tighter, until I cried out, every inch of me shaking violently, as one of the most intense orgasms I'd ever experienced ravaged through me. He thrust into me again and again, his fingers painfully gripping my hips as he came inside me, marking me, claiming me as his. But I could never be his, not anymore. My breathing labored. I collapsed on top of him, my head falling against his chest, listening to his heart race in time with mine. Arms swallowing me, he kissed the top of my head, smoothing back my hair as he held me close, the affection in his motion in stark contrast to the way I just fucked him. Everything came to a head at that moment. Growing up without a parent's love, my relationship with Brock, the fact that he would have killed me if Dante hadn't walked in when he did. I'd never allowed myself time to process any of it, simply brushing it aside and forgetting it happened. It was what I'd been taught since early on in life. Button it up and hide it away. I'd never allowed a single crack in my armor to show in all my 28 years. That would make me weak. But now the walls started crumbling around me, my throat tightening as I fought back a scream, not because of my past, but because of my future. A future that Dante couldn't be a part of, not with everything going on. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I now knew I needed to be on that plane on Tuesday, even if my heart stayed here with Dante. Chapter 11. What smells so good? I asked as I walked into the kitchen after a much-needed shower. Dante and I had spent the remainder of the afternoon relaxing around his cottage, as he called it. If he thought this was a cottage, I hated to think what he considered to be a manor or villa, like he said he owned on the Amalfi Coast. He promised to take me one day, and I didn't say anything, to make him believe otherwise, not wanting to arouse his suspicions even more after the way I screwed him by the pool, then broke down in his arms. If we were living in the clouds, I may as well keep dreaming along with him. Dante turned from the stove, throwing a dish towel over his shoulder. Butterflies swam in my stomach, my cheeks heating from the lustful expression in his eyes. God, there was nothing sexier than a man who could cook. I'm sautéing onions, Eleanor. You even make onions smell divine. I shudder to think what you could do to steak. I smiled, doing my best to be the same Eleanor I had been before I'd eavesdropped on his conversation. To my surprise, he hadn't acted any differently toward me after learning my father may be responsible for Lily's death. In fact, he'd become even more affectionate if that were possible. Steak. He lifted a brow. I nodded. I've always loved the smell of steak. When it's done right, of course. How do you prefer your steak prepared? Why? He shrugged. You can tell a lot about a person by knowing how they prefer their meat. Medium rare. Good answer. If you had said well done, I would have had to ask you to leave. There was a lightness in his tone that warmed my heart. While I certainly grew weak in the knees with every salacious word he whispered in my ear, with each wanton stare, with each addicting brush of his hand, I loved this side of him, the carefree and at ease man I could tell he once was, before he had no choice but to become guarded and skeptical. I supposed we were somewhat alike in that manner. No way. I cringed in disgust. I like my food to have flavor. Of course, whenever I'm at a restaurant, I usually have the chef prepare my meal, however he or she recommends. I'm not the expert. I don't go to my doctor's office and tell him how to do his job. So I won't tell a chef how to do his or hers either. We certainly appreciate that. He turned back to the stove, moving the onions around the pan. I approached him, wrapping my arms around his waist, standing on my tiptoes to feather my lips against his neck. He was dressed casually in a pair of khaki shorts and a white linen shirt. I loved the juxtaposition between the darkness of his complexion and the light shade of his clothes. Do you miss it? He grabbed my hand in his, feathering a kiss on my knuckles as he spun around. Miss what? Being in the kitchen. Do you ever wish you could go back to nobody knowing who you were? He paused, considering my question for a moment. Sometimes. I certainly don't miss the long days and even longer nights, but I do miss the thrill of being in the kitchen. I don't get to do it as much as I wish, but sometimes I do, like the other night at my restaurant when you came in to eat. I made each of those dishes myself. You did, I cocked a brow. Of course. He placed a soft kiss on my forehead, then turned back around. I watched as he grabbed a bulb of garlic and broke away a few cloves. He smashed them with a knife before peeling and chopping them with incredible ease, barely even looking at what he was doing. I would have lost a finger, but Dante chopped the garlic as if he could do it in his sleep. I had a feeling he could. I studied his motions as he finished chopping, scooping the garlic off the cutting board with the knife, then adding it to the pan, his movements as lyrical as a dance. Teach me. Teach you what? This. I waved my hand around. Show me how to do what you do." He met my eyes, studying me for a beat, then shrugged. "Okay, chop these." He handed me a colander containing a handful of mushrooms. "Anyway, in particular, I'm making a bolognese, so I'm looking for small little chunks to complement the ground meat. Any tips?" I asked as I stepped toward the sink and turned on the faucet, running my hands under the water. "You're slicing mushrooms, not performing open heart surgery. Just do what you think feels right." "Okay." I wiped my hands on a nearby dish towel, then grabbed a butcher's knife and brought it up to the mushroom, feeling oddly nervous. I had no idea what I was doing and felt more on edge chopping mushrooms in front of Dante Luciano than I did arguing cases in a courtroom. "You're not going to stand there and yell expletives at me for the way I cut up this mushroom like they do on all those competitive cooking shows, are you?" "Certainly not. While I expect my kitchen staff to have their shit together, I don't swear at them for no reason. That's mainly done for ratings." "I figured as much. Just thought I'd ask first." I returned my attention to the mushroom, my back stiff. "Relax," he soothed, running his hands down my arms. "Take a deep breath." He brought his body closer to mine. I fluttered my eyes shut, melting into him, when his lips skimmed against my neck. "Keep your elbows close to your body," he said in a sultry voice. "Quick, fluid movements." "You're making this extremely difficult," I whimpered, goosebumps prickling my skin. "Am I?" He responded coyly, trailing his hand down my side, lifting the hem of my skirt and brushing against the line of my panties. "You're very distracting. I have half a mind to turn off the stove and haul you upstairs." "Yes, but you need to be fed." "It can wait. Remember what I said when I first brought you to my apartment." "What's that?" I leaned my head back against his chest, aching to feel this man on every inch of me. "I promised you'd be well fed and well fucked. If I'm not mistaken, I've taken care of the latter quite a few times today." He brought his hand up to my neck lightly, grabbing it before his fingers snaked a path down my chest, settling on my stomach in the tub. He nipped on my earlobe, his mouth hot on my skin in the pool. He gripped my hips, tugging me against him on the pool table. He wrapped my hair around his hand, forcing my head back even farther. "I need to keep you well fed so you have the stamina for what I have planned for tonight." "And what's that?" My tongue darted out, moistening my lips. "You'll just have to wait and find out," he answered flirtatiously, then released his hold on me, stepping back. "You've got to be kidding me," I groaned, whirling around. A satisfied smirk grew on his face as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, his biceps stretching the fabric of his shirt. "What, is something wrong, Eleanor?" I shook my head, turning back around and grabbing the knife in my hands once again. "You are a tease, Dante. I told you. I love foreplay. Now chop those mushrooms." Passing him a sly grin, I refocused my attention on the cutting board, following Dante's instruction to keep my arms close. I brought the knife down, chopping the mushroom into slices, then into smaller pieces. "Good girl, you're getting the hang of it. Once you're done, add them to the pan. You don't want to inspect them and make sure I didn't fuck them up. They're mushrooms. It's okay if they're not chopped into perfect little pieces. Life isn't perfect. It should be a little messy at times. That's what makes it fun." I glanced over my shoulder, meeting his smile, then returned my attention to the cutting board. "Now what?" I asked after I combined the mushrooms with the onions and garlic. I felt Dante approach behind me. He peered over my shoulder, his proximity and heat causing a tingle to trickle down my back. His breath danced on my neck, his hands running down the contours of my frame. Has anyone ever told you how beautiful your ass is? Only you, I responded. Good. I hope to keep it that way. I could sit back and watch you work for hours. He cupped my ass, squeezing, before abruptly stepping back. Go ahead and add the meat. He handed me a bowl containing ground meat that had already been browned. Trying to pretend he didn't affect me like he did, I squared my shoulders and added the meat into the pan, then mixed it into the aromatics, inhaling. It smells delicious. Just wait. He retreated to the island, grabbing a bunch of herbs. After rinsing them, he chopped them with the same precision he seemed to do everything. Now we add some crushed tomatoes, he instructed, reaching past me to add a large jar of tomatoes to the simmering mixture. Go ahead and stir it to incorporate. I did as he asked, the aroma becoming more heavenly. And now for the seasoning. We'll adjust as it simmers, of course. There's already so much flavor with the meat and tomatoes, we don't want to overdo it, so just some salt, pepper, and oregano. Working over my shoulder, remaining close, he sprinkled a bit of salt before cracking some pepper. Then he added a handful of fresh oregano. Cooking had always been something I'd done out of necessity. I'd never truly enjoyed it, but here, with Dante, it was so much more than something I did simply so I wouldn't starve. It was an experience one I'd never forget. Now what? Now we wait. He reached beyond me, covering the pan with the lid. Slow and steady, wins the race. He nibbled on my neck. I craned my head, giving him better access. You want the flavors to have time to merge and incorporate with each other. Too many people try to rush things and end up having to add copious amounts of salt to cover up the lack of flavor. I promise. His hand fell on my hip and he spun me around. The wait will be worth it. It always is. Our eyes bored into each other, my breathing increasing from the hunger in his gaze. Too soon, Dante stepped back, breaking our connection. I had no idea how he remained so calm and seemingly unaffected when I was moments away from jumping onto the island and spreading my legs. He rummaged through his cupboard, retrieving a sack of flour, then grabbed a carton of eggs from the refrigerator. What are you doing? I asked, as he poured some flour onto the surface of the island. Making pasta. Homemade. I raised my brows. Of course. What other kind is there? The kind from a box. Like I told you the other night, you deserve nothing but the best while you're with me. You can go back to eating pasta from a box if you decide to return to California. You mean when I blurted out before I could stop myself? No, I mean if. I prefer to keep the hope alive, regardless of how misplaced I'm beginning to believe it may be. When he glanced at me, I swallowed hard at the devotion and promise I saw in his expression. Now, his voice turned light once more, a devilish glint in his eyes. I'm assuming you've never made pasta dough before? I approached the island, studying, as he added a bit of salt to the flour, then formed the mixture into a mound, making a well in the center. You assume correctly. Then today's your lucky day. You could just as easily do this in a bowl or use a stand mixer. But I'm Jami Mundi, hands-on kind of guy. He winked. I'm beginning to figure that out. Measure out a few cups of flour, he ordered. Yes, sir. I followed his instruction, pouring the flour onto the surface in front of me. No precise measurements. I do it by feel. I giggled. Don't we all? I like this side of you, he commented after a brief pause. What side's that? This. You're happy, he answered, more as a statement than anything else. I met his eyes, my lips parting. I am happy. I shook my head. I thought I'd been happy when I arrived in Rome and was finally able to shed the girl I was forced to be the past several decades of my life. But that wasn't true happiness. That was more relief than anything else. Even after my first night with Dante, I hadn't felt like this. I wondered how I could be this content and at ease, even after learning that my father may be involved in some pretty harsh criminal activity. The truth remained. My parents had never shown me any love, but Dante had. I barely knew him, but I knew I'd choose him over my parents in a heartbeat. I'm truly happy, not just pretending I am. I exhaled a tiny breath, my shoulders relaxing. It feels good to finally just be me. I wouldn't want anything else, he responded with a genuine smile. I just hope I had something to do with this newfound happiness. I swallowed hard, returning my attention to the flower in front of me. I wanted to shout at the top of my lungs that yes, he'd made me happier than anyone else in my life ever had. He wanted to keep the hope alive. But I needed to be realistic or my heart wouldn't survive. Once he realized I wasn't going to respond, he released a long sigh, his expression falling. The tension between us grew, the silence deafening. I wanted the fun, light atmosphere back. Grinning deviously, I shot my eyes to him, watching as he cracked a few eggs into the pit of his flower volcano, scrambling them with a fork. I grabbed a handful of flour, giggling, and flung it at him. He immediately stopped what he was doing, his hands covered with the flour and egg mixture he'd just begun to incorporate. Slowly turning to face me, his expression was unreadable. He'd always been relatively serious around me. I hoped he wasn't upset I'd done something so juvenile. Then his lips turned into a playful smile. You'd better run, Eleanor. When he grabbed a handful of flour, I shrieked, dashing from the island and through the kitchen, laughing and screaming as he chased me throughout the lower level. He could easily catch up to me with little effort, but he didn't, prolonging our game. Every few seconds, I'd glance over my shoulder, my heart racing from the carefree yet devious smile on his face. When I came to the library, I ran behind a set of reading chairs. Instead of following, he went around me, cutting me off. His stance was wide, blocking me from stepping past him. There's no way out now. I could go back the way I came, I retorted through my heavy breaths. But why would you want to? Why would you want to go back? His buoyant expression became serious. I blinked, my smile faltering. I knew he wasn't just talking about our little game of cat and mouse. He was talking about us, the bigger us, the us I could sense he desperately wanted. The us I desperately wanted too. Please, he begged in a soft voice. Don't go back. I stood, my mouth open, staring at this beautiful man in front of me, his face covered in flour, his hands sticky from the eggs, pleading with me to keep the hope alive, to stop living in my past, to only look forward to a future with him, despite the personal costs to either of us. Overwhelmed with everything I'd experienced and learned the past several days, I rushed toward him just as he lunged for me, our bodies colliding, our kiss ravenous, greedy. I clung onto him as he clutched my face in his strong hands, fearing if I let go, he'd disappear and I'd find this was all just one beautiful dream. Lowering his hands to my hips, he lifted me with ease. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he pushed me against the wall. He peppered kisses down my neck as I tilted my head back, relishing the feeling of his 2-day scruff on my skin. "Dante," I moaned, raking my hands down his back. "Tell me what you want, Eleanor," he whispered. I met his stare and gave him the only answer I could. "I want you, Dante." I pulled his lips back to mine and murmured, "Only you. And I only want you, Eleanor. Always and forever. Sempre e per sempre. Sempre e per sempre." I repeated, losing myself in his words, his body, his everything. Ours wasn't a love story that had a happy ending. Ours was a tragic love. The kind of love that left a permanent scar on your heart. The kind of love you never got over. The kind of love you couldn't help but cherish, because for just a brief moment in time, you knew how it felt to live, to be free, to fly. Chapter 12. Is stirred awake, disoriented. Nothing but darkness enclosing me. Then I remembered where I was as my eyes took in Dante's luxurious bedroom. A heaviness settled in my heart at the thought of leaving all of this, but I had to stay strong. I couldn't allow myself to be influenced by all the comfort and opulence surrounding me. I needed to remind myself of what was important. Dante and I both had too much to lose if I stayed. We both had a lot to lose if I left too. I shifted in the bed, turning to face Dante, surprised when he wasn't there. I'd grown so accustomed to falling asleep next to him, I felt empty without him beside me. Would this same emptiness plague me back home? After a while of tossing and turning, trying to get back to sleep, I got out of bed, pulled on my robe, and padded out of the room in search of him. The house was dark, lifeless, desolate, the only light coming from a few well-placed night lights illuminating the floor of the hallway. There was a chill in the air, the hardwood floor cold on my bare feet. Tugging my robe tighter around me, I continued past door after door of the various guest bedrooms and bathrooms of Dante's beautiful home, doing my best to remain delicate on my feet. As I rounded a corner toward the stairs, I noticed an open door, a bit of light filtering into the hallway. My eyebrows furrowed as I recalled the tour of his home Dante had given me. This was the only room he hadn't shown me. He'd brought me into every other room, including the guest bathrooms, but the door to this particular one had always remained closed, until now. I'd simply thought it was just a closet or laundry room. I was wrong. My heart seemed to echo in my ears, my curiosity building as I hesitantly tiptoed toward the doorway. The moonlight shined in through the large windows, casting a shadow in the room, bathing some of it in an ominous glow. I paused just past the threshold, my eyes settling on Dante's frame, kneeling in front of a twin bed that was covered with a My Little Pony comforter. His forehead rested on the mattress, and I noticed a slight tremble in his shoulders as he remained facing away from me. I looked around, swallowing hard at everything this room once was, but would never be again. On the far wall, a mural of practically every Disney character I could think of had been painted with painstaking precision. A bookcase sat toward the window alcove, a rocking chair next to it. Stuffed animals, and toys were still scattered throughout, as if this room remained frozen in history, a snapshot of a happier time. A tear fell down my cheek, a lump forming in my throat at the thought that this house was once home to a little girl's laughter and smiles. But the halls now seemed empty and lifeless. It didn't seem fair. The idea that my father, the man who gave me life, could have been involved in the death of a child made me blind with rage, despair, heartache. This girl hadn't even begun to live her life. What could possibly be so important as to cause her and her family so much pain and suffering? Then I heard it, a sound that made the remnants of my heart shatter into pieces. Dante singing Edelweiss like he sang to Lily all those years ago as he rocked her to sleep. I listened to those lyrics as his baritone filled the room, able to hear the lump he struggled to sing through. Why did it have to be this song? It was supposed to be about a flower, but as I listened, really listened, he could have just as well been singing about a newborn baby, about walking into her room in the morning to see her smiling at him, about watching her grow from a small bulb into a beautiful flower. I hated that this person I'd never met was taken too soon. Worse, I hated that this person I was falling for still struggled to find meaning in this tragedy. I couldn't find any meaning in it either. Unable to hold it in any longer, I released a small sob, wiping my eyes. Dante immediately stopped singing and raised his head, glaring over his shoulder at me. He had a look about him I couldn't quite describe, a wildness and torment in his dark eyes. My heart caught in my throat, my body becoming rigid. Without saying a word, he stood and stalked toward me with long, determined strides. Grabbing my hand, he yanked me from the room, slamming the door behind us. I jumped, glancing back at the closed door before returning my eyes to him. But he wouldn't look at me. I tried to figure out his mood as he pulled me back down the hallway toward the bedroom, but couldn't. Was he upset I'd seen him in that room? Was he angry at me for my father's potential involvement in Lily's death? For some reason, I couldn't help but think this was something different entirely. He jerked me into the bedroom, stopping in front of the bed, facing me, a feral look about him, as his eyes raked over me. He reached for the sash securing my robe and pulled it with surprising force, throwing it to the floor before tugging the material down my arms. My muscles tensed as I stared into his heated eyes, uncertainty filling me. Something about the expression on his face made me think I should do something to calm him, but amid the intensity in his gaze, there was pain, there was heartache, there was suffering, and I would do whatever he needed to take that from him, to help shoulder the burden for a little while. My chest rising and falling in a quicker pattern. I lowered myself to the mattress and scooted up to the head of the bed, keeping my eyes trained on his, silently telling him that I was his, that I would take whatever he needed to give me. He shoved his briefs down his legs, then crawled on top of me, his body slithering up mine. There was no kissing, no dragging his tongue across my skin, no whisper of his desire in my ear. Instead, he flipped me onto my stomach and thrust into me in one savage motion. I screamed out, not in unbridled pleasure, but in pain, real pain. But that didn't stop him from increasing his vicious and forceful motions. I made no move to hinder him either. I wanted his pain, his hurt, his anguish. I wanted his despair, his desperation, his sorrow. I wanted his frustration, his defeat, his anger. He leaned over me, covering my body with his, as he slid both hands under my arms, leaving me completely at his mercy and unable to move. Hooking his hands over each of my shoulders, he pushed me against him with a labored grunt, driving into me with so much force a tear fell from my eye. Dante had been rough with me from the beginning. I craved it, his dominance, his power, his control. But this wasn't just him being aggressive as a way to turn me on to turn him on. This wasn't just rough sex, a power play to get me off. This was punishment. This was ugly. This was gritty. But as much as I wanted to tell him to stop, that it was too much, that I didn't want it like this, I couldn't utter those words. He was darkness, and I was drawn to him like the moon to night. He buried his head in my neck, clamping onto me with his teeth. The weight of his body on top of mine crushed me, the burn of his teeth and hands on my skin, overwhelming. I felt like I could barely breathe, but it didn't matter. I wanted more. Harder, I whimpered. Give me your pain, your hate, your grief. I want it all, Dante. I don't want you to have to carry it anymore. He groaned, his motions becoming more primal, more severe, more brutal. I closed my eyes, wincing, balling my hands into fists, drawing in several shaky breaths as I tried to forget about the hurt. He needed this. For some reason, I needed this too. When I didn't know how much more I could take, he released a strangled cry, his body shaking and writhing on top of mine before he rolled off me. I blinked repeatedly, the room growing silent, apart from our heavy breathing. Then, a sob reverberated against the walls as Dante pulled me to him, my back to his front, burying his head in my neck once more. I quickly turned around and enveloped him in my arms, wishing I could make it stop hurting. He'd given life to another being, had raised her, had watched her grow into a vibrant young girl, had made plans for a future, only to have it wiped away in the blink of an eye. I couldn't imagine the pain he still felt even years later, whenever faced with memories of her, whenever thinking of what she would be like had she survived, whenever seeing other kids her age laughing and enjoying life. I thought I'd felt his heartache before, but that was nothing compared to this moment. Dante deserved answers, to find meaning in the torment that still plagued him. And I vowed to get those answers regardless of the price. Chapter 13. The house was eerily still the following morning as I padded down the hallway in search of Dante, who'd mysteriously disappeared from the bed at some point during the night. I paused outside the door to Lily's room, wondering if he'd returned there. When I placed my hand on the knob, about to turn it, I hesitated. I couldn't quite explain why, but I had a feeling he wasn't there. I had a feeling he wasn't here at all. I continued down the stairs, my entire body sore from whatever last night was. It wasn't sex, it was something much uglier. When I emerged on the lower level, I caught a glimpse of myself in a large mirror in the living room. I smoothed my dark hair back, leaning in to get a closer look at my bloodshot eyes, the normal hazel color clouded over. It appeared as if I hadn't slept in days, and after last night, I felt as if I hadn't either, completely unsettled and unsure of what to think. After tightening the sash of my robe, I headed into the kitchen. Empty. Worry filled me as I searched the rest of the living areas and the patio area. Still no sign of Dante. The entire place looked just as we'd left it before heading up to the bedroom last night, right down to a trail of flour from the kitchen island and throughout the living area that we'd missed when cleaning up after dinner. I stepped back inside from the outdoor pool, my brain going a million miles a minute. Was Dante upset I'd walked in on him in his daughter's room last night? Was he ashamed of how he'd allowed his pain to consume him? Or did he just not want to see me now that he knew my father may have been responsible for Lily's death? I had no idea. As I was about to head back upstairs to see if my gut was wrong and check Lily's room, I heard the creak of the front door opening. I dashed from the kitchen, hopeful, only to find myself disappointed when a familiar female voice called out Dante's name, followed by something in Italian. I rounded the corner into the living area. Beatrice came to a stop when she saw me. "Oh, Eleanor, I'm sorry." "I hope I didn't disturb anything," she said with a sly grin. "No, you didn't," I responded, wrapping my arms around my body, pulling my bottom lip between my teeth. I didn't know why I was so agitated by Dante's mysterious absence. Last night, if he'd been the same Dante I'd grown accustomed to if I hadn't walked in on him kneeling in front of his daughter's bed, if I hadn't spent half the night snuggled against his trembling body, if I hadn't been the daughter of the man who may be responsible for her death, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Something about his disappearance with no word didn't sit right with me. "What is it?" Beatrice asked, cutting through my thoughts and looking at me with concern. "Is everything okay?" I met her eyes. "I don't know," I answered honestly. When I woke up, Dante wasn't here. "Well, he is a bit of an early riser. I'm sure you've realized that by now." "Yes, but..." I trailed off, collecting my thoughts, unsure of what to say. As much as I would have loved to disclose the conversation I'd overheard yesterday, I didn't know if I should. The thought of betraying Dante's trust making my stomach roll. I woke up in the middle of the night and he wasn't in bed, so I went looking for him. I paused. He was in Lily's room. She closed her eyes, understanding seeming to wash over her. When he realized I had been watching him, I swallowed hard, leaving out the details of what happened in the bedroom. He wasn't angry, but he wasn't himself either. She placed her hand on my shoulder, stopping me from saying anything further. "I won't lie to you. Dante still struggles with what happened to Lily. He refuses to believe it was just an unfortunate event, especially since getting that phone call from that so-called source back in March." I shot my eyes to hers, surprised at her forwardness in discussing this. Dante must have told her he'd shared this with me. "What do you think?" "I think..." She pulled her lips between her teeth, pausing for a moment. "I think if it were my son or daughter, I'd be going through the same thing as Dante. If someone called me and said my child's death could have been avoided, that she only died because of someone's conscious wrongdoing, I wouldn't stop until I knew exactly who was responsible, regardless of the cost to anyone I may have feelings for." I briefly closed my eyes, drawing in a deep breath. Then I'd make them pay for the rest of their miserable lives. I nodded, remaining silent as I lowered my head, feeling guilty about my father's potential role in all of this, feeling like I was partly responsible too. "I may be out of line," Beatrice said when I didn't offer anything in response, "but Dante didn't happen to tell you about a phone call he received yesterday, did he?" "No." "But I overheard," I replied sheepishly. "You need to know that I don't know anything. I'm not involved at all. I'm not like them." "I know that." She gave me a reassuring smile. So does Dante. I shook my head, pulling my lips between my teeth as I stared off into the distance. He's more forgiving than I would be in this situation. Even after learning my dad may have had a part to play, he still wants me to stay. He still wants a future with me. But Beatrice lifted a brow. I chewed on my cheek, exhaling a long breath as I returned my eyes to hers. There were so many reasons why I needed to leave on the tip of my tongue. Regardless, there was one I never considered. Until that very moment, one I didn't realize to be true, one I didn't realize was paramount to everything else. But we're both too broken to try and fix each other. We need to fix ourselves first. She studied me for a moment, then understanding fell over her expression, her lips turning up slightly at the corners. You're doing the right thing. If Giuseppe and I never had the time apart we did and learned to be ourselves, it never would have worked out. Sometimes you need to find yourself before you can see yourself with another person. She placed her hand on my bicep, squeezing slightly. He's trying to fix himself. He's finally back here. What do you mean? I furrowed my brow. This is the first time he's been in this house since Lily died. Why hasn't he been back? This place is gorgeous. How would you feel if you had to be surrounded by reminders of happy memories? That's the reason he bought the apartment in Rome. He couldn't bear to be here anymore. Whenever he comes to check in on the vineyard, he stays with his mother or at our vacation home down the street. I glanced around, almost able to hear the long-forgotten sounds of a child's laughter. If this house holds such difficult memories, why did he bring me here? I swallowed hard, trying to understand what Dante was going through. Your guess is as good as mine, but based on how well I know Dante, he probably hoped to create some new memories with someone he believes could be his future instead of constantly dwelling on the past. I think you give him hope that he'll be able to move on from this time in his life. For that, I'll forever be grateful you ran into each other, regardless of whether or not it works out between you two. She gave me a sincere smile, then stepped back, her face brightening. Would you like me to bring you to him? You know where he is. I lifted a brow. Dante and I may be cousins, but he's always been more like a brother to me. I've been by his side through everything. His first girlfriend, his first bad breakup, when he checked in to rehab before he overdosed and killed himself. A compassionate smile crossed her face. I know him better than anyone else, except for his mother, of course. I have a feeling I know where he is. It's the same place he always goes when he needs reassurance he's on the right path. Go get ready. I shifted from foot to foot, chewing on my lower lip. Maybe I should just wait here. After the way he was last night, I'm sure he just wants to be alone right now. Perhaps she said with a shrug, or perhaps he left because he doesn't think you want to see him. I averted my gaze. Trust me, Eleanor, she urged. I have a feeling Dante would love nothing more than to see you right now. Nodding, I reluctantly turned from her, about to head up the stairs, then met her eyes once more. Beatrice, she tilted her head toward me. Please don't let Dante know that I overheard his phone conversation. She held her hand up, cutting me off. My lips are sealed. Chapter 14. Here we are, Beatrice said when she pulled her car into the parking lot of a rustic old church, killing the engine. Dante's where exactly? I lifted a brow. She gestured toward the brick building in front of us. In there, in the church. My heart rate picked up. It wasn't that I'd never been to church. I had several times, particularly on Inauguration Day in D.C., when it was expected all the families of the congressmen attend a service. But I never really believed much of it, although my mother liked the public to think we were a deeply religious family. I had a feeling that was simply so my father could continue to garner support from his conservative base. I wondered how his conservative base would react to the idea he may be responsible for a child's death. "Is he religious?" I asked, unable to stop myself. Beatrice hesitated before answering. Despite everything he's been through, he's found a way to keep his faith strong, whether it's faith in religion, God, or whatever, I can't tell you. But he believes in something. "Are you sure it's okay for me to go in there? I mean, I'm not religious. I'm not even Catholic. Isn't there some rule or—" She placed her hand on my arm. "Just go." I stared at her for a moment longer, trying to come up with a reason why it was inappropriate. But in my heart, I knew I needed to do this. I needed to see Dante, to make sure he was okay, to bring him back from his darkness. I retrieved my compact from my purse, checking my reflection in the mirror. Thankfully, the bruises Brock had left me with had faded, and I only needed a little bit of concealer to cover them up now. I had a feeling they'd be gone by tomorrow, and I would no longer have to stare at a daily reminder of him. After returning my compact, I opened the door, stepping into the Italian sun. I gave Beatrice a small smile as I smoothed the lines of my dress, then took cautious steps toward the church, unsure why I was so unsettled. I'd never been this anxious in the courtroom, but walking into a church under the assumption that Dante was there made my palms sweat. Would he want to see me? Would he look at me with that cold, detached stare I saw on his face last night? What would I even say to him? I had no idea. But as much as I wanted to spin around and tell Beatrice it was a stupid idea, that I'd just wait for him at his house, some outside force pushed me forward. Was it fate, destiny, God? Coming to the foot of a short flight of steps, I craned my head back, staring at the steeple. The exterior was all stone, narrowing up to a simple cross on the very top. This church was tiny in comparison to the enormous cathedrals I'd seen in Rome, but I was still in awe of the artistry. I headed up the steps and pulled the heavy wooden door open, a loud creak echoing as I did the sound, deafening in the serenity around me. I cringed, pausing for a moment, then stepped inside. The instant I did, an unexpected calm washed over me. As I admired the stained glass and the high-domed ceilings of the peaceful sanctuary, I felt as though I could forget about my problems, about abandoning the only life I'd ever known, about what awaited me when I returned home, about whether I'd ever find a job at a law firm again. None of that mattered right now. Being here reminded me that my problems were insignificant in the grand scheme of things, that there were more important things in life. I understood why Dante sought clarity here. My eyes scanned the church, soaking in the atmosphere. A few people sat in the pews, their heads bowed, some of the women holding a rosary. I grew despondent and a bit anxious when Dante didn't appear to be among them. Then my eyes settled on a devotional area at the back of the sanctuary to my left. Dante kneeled on a stool. Before it, some of the votive candles lit, others not. A statue of the Virgin Mary watched over the area, her hands clasped over her heart, as if offering sympathy and compassion to all who kneeled before her. Blowing out a breath, I walked toward Dante on light feet. His scent grew stronger as I approached, and my lips turned up slightly in the corners. I'd known this man for such a short amount of time, but even his aroma had the ability to bathe me in comfort. I kneeled beside him, reaching for one of the long matches on the rack. Striking it, I lit one of the votive candles, then said a silent prayer for the man beside me, wishing with everything I had that he could finally find the closure he desperately needed, that he would no longer feel the pain that seemed to consume him, that he could be at peace again. He shot his eyes to mine, his mouth agape. He shook his head, his brows furrowing. "Eleanor," he whispered. "What? How?" Beatrice answered in a low voice, shrugging. "Of course." Understanding fell on his expression, and he faced forward, once more staring up at the Virgin Mary. I studied him, wishing I knew what was going through his mind. Then he bowed his head, performed the sign of the cross, and stood. Still uneasy about his changed behavior, the previous night I almost expected him to walk away. Then a pained smile crossed his face, and he held his hand out for me. Keeping my eyes trained on him, I raised myself back to my feet and grabbed his hand. His thumb gently brushed my knuckles, soothing the anxiety filling me. He led me from the church and back into the sunlight, both of us remaining silent. I stole a glance at him as we walked by Beatrice's car. He gave her what appeared to be a nod of thanks before she drove off, leaving us. "I lost control," he stated after we'd walked in silence for several minutes. "You mean last night I lifted a brow?" He came to a stop and faced me. I mirrored his movement. "Yes." He rubbed his temples. He seemed to have aged years in the past several hours. His eyes lacked their normal vitality, the lines on his face creasing with worry. I wasn't myself. He brought his hand up to my cheek, gingerly caressing my skin. I melted into the contact. I was too rough. I clutched his face in my hands, pulling his mouth toward mine. "I told you. I wanted that, Dante." The pain I saw. An ache formed in my stomach as the image of the broken, tormented man I saw kneeling in his dead daughter's room flashed in my mind once more. I felt partly responsible for it. I'd do anything to help you never feel that again. He leaned his forehead on mine, our breath intermingling. "It doesn't make it right, Eleanor." He pulled back, searching my eyes. "Did I?" He drew in a breath, seemingly not wanting to ask the question on his mind. "Did I hurt you?" "Dante." I began, but he held his hand up, stopping me. "Please. I just need to know if I caused you pain." I lowered my head. "We've had rough sex before. If you recall our first time together, you spanked me." I let out a small laugh, hoping to lighten the tension. He grabbed my chin, forcing me to look at him. "That's not what I'm talking about. Last night wasn't a power exchange, and you know it." My expression fell, and I chewed on the inside of my cheek. "I know. Eleanor, did I hurt you?" he asked, again emphasizing each word. As much as I wanted to lie to him so he wouldn't be burdened with any more guilt, I couldn't disrespect him like that. Not about this. "Yes," I whispered. He closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping forward as his hands shook. "But it's okay," I assured him, placing my hand on his arm. "If that's what you need, so you can stop hurting in here." I moved my hand to his chest, relishing in the feel of his heart beating. I'd gladly take that pain. He sighed, pulling me against him, his arms enveloping me, swallowing me whole. Nothing about what happened last night is okay. Don't ever think that, please. I want to help take the pain away, I murmured against his chest, listening to his racing heart as I delicately ran my hands up and down his back. You already have me, Akara. He kissed the top of my head, more than I think you realize. He paused. Just promise me one thing. What's that? I pulled away to peer into his eyes. Don't let me take it that far again. You don't deserve that. You deserve someone who's going to treat you like the treasure you are. He ran his hand down my cheek. Who will worship the ground you walk on? Who will cherish you? You know, I placed my hand over his, a sly smile crossing my face. You can cherish me and still spank me, because I really like it when you do. He studied me for a minute before breaking out into a throaty laugh, the sound like music to my ears, especially after the past 12 hours. Duly noted, my beautiful Eleanor. He placed a kiss on my forehead, then stepped back. Come, let's go. He grabbed my hand, pulling me in the opposite direction of the church. Where are we going? I asked, glancing over my shoulder. I thought, it's market day. I figured you'd enjoy it. And maybe I want to be able to show you off around town, he added with a wink. I rolled my eyes, relieved that he seemed to be returning to his normal flirtatious self. If you really wanted to show someone off, maybe you should be with Julia Roberts or someone like that. You're far more beautiful than she is. Right, I retorted sarcastically. Why don't you think you're beautiful? Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for a compliment. I'm pretty secure in my own skin, but you don't think you're beautiful. I averted my gaze, shrugging. Dante stopped, making me come to a halt as well. He grabbed my chin, tilting it, forcing my eyes to his. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, Eleanor. It makes me furious to think your ex didn't tell you that enough. Or at all, I mumbled. He never told you how beautiful you were? Not even when he asked you to marry him. I shook my head, then continued down the road, uncomfortable about the direction of this conversation. His proposal sounded more like a campaign speech, telling me how much we could accomplish together. You're kidding. And you still agreed to marry him. I didn't think there was anything better, anything more. I didn't think I had a choice. Not when he proposed to me in front of both our families. My forlorn expression turned light as I tried to cut through the tension between us. And what should he have included in his proposal, since you talk as if you're the expert on the subject? Some sort of declaration of undying love that included every cliché known to man. I'm no expert, but when you're asking someone to spend the rest of their life with you, it should be from the heart, not sound as if a speechwriter penned it for you, and certainly not be full of clichés. I turned to smile at him, then stopped, noticing he was no longer beside me. I glanced over my shoulder, confused, when I saw him standing a few feet away. I faced him. I never knew my heart was capable of feeling this emotion. I can't even describe. He interrupted, his voice, benevolent, tender, affectionate. There was a vulnerability about him as he stared at me. I felt it the first time you looked at me, and that's how I knew you'd be the only woman I'd see for the rest of my life. I remained frozen in place, my throat growing thick, my mouth dry. My lips parted, a tingle spreading from my fingertips to my toes, and everywhere in between, as I grew breathless from the heat in Dante's dark eyes. And every second I've spent with you since that fateful day, that feeling has grown stronger, louder, more intense. His body grew taut, his voice becoming alive with passion. So much so I can't bear to go another second without asking you to be by my side. I know it doesn't make any sense that we come from two different worlds, that we barely know each other. But when two people are meant to be together, like I know in my heart, they'll do whatever it takes to make it work. He stepped toward me, his expression softening as he ran his fingers down my arm, settling on my hip, dragging me against his body. Words escaped me, my heart pounding against my chest, begging to be set free. Sometimes our lives don't go as we expected or predicted. He continued in a quiet voice, smiling slightly. Sometimes shit happens to shake us to our core, and we don't think we'll ever be whole again. But when the dust settles, we can see clearly and find exactly where we're supposed to be, who we're meant to be. And sometimes all you need is one person to show you what that is, show you unconditional love. A chill washed over me, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I swallowed hard, lost in his eyes, his words, his everything. I never expected to find you. I never thought I deserved to find someone like you. But I will spend every day for the rest of my life thanking God that He thought I did, regardless of whether or not you choose to spend the rest of your life with me. But I hope you do. Dante walked. He shifted his eyes away from mine, releasing his hold on me as I remained dumbfounded, fighting back the tears wanting to break free. Brock should have said something like that. He finished running his hands through his hair, increasing the distance between us. I hope the next man who asks you to marry him gives you the proposal you deserve. I opened my mouth to respond, but was cut off by the sound of excited voices calling out Dante's name. I spun around surprised when a group of teenage boys swarmed him, everyone chatting feverishly in Italian. I took several steps back, giving them space, watching with a sense of pride as he signed notebooks, soccer balls, and anything else that was shoved in front of him. He kept a smile on his face the entire time, giving off the appearance that he was genuinely happy to pose for photos with whomever asked. After doing his best to sign everything he could, he politely excused himself, heading straight to me. I apologize for that. I don't mind, I smiled, linking my hand with his as he led me toward a downtown area that was abuzz with activity. I love listening to you speak Italian. It does things to me, I joked, cutting through the edginess I still felt from his heartfelt speech, unable to erase the look in his eyes, the fire, the intensity, the want. Oh, really? He gave me a lascivious grin. Really? I winked as we entered the outdoor market. Tables lined the street showcasing fresh produce, meats, breads, paintings, jewelry, and handmade crafts. It went on for what seemed like miles. This was heaven for someone like me who appreciated handmade items as opposed to mass-produced goods. Dante approached the very first table, grabbing a plump tomato and bringing it up to his nose. All the vendors appeared eager for him to try their food, probably hoping Dante Luciano would give them their 15 minutes of fame. If I were in their shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. Did you ever see your life taking the direction it has? I blurted out. A contemplative look crossed his face. as he considered my question. "I don't think anyone can really plan for much in life," he responded finally. "Everyone dreams of success, of having a life where they're comfortable and happy. Did I ever see myself having complete strangers ask for my autograph and to have their photo taken with me? Certainly not." He returned the tomato to the table, continuing down the line of vendors before coming to a stop at a stand that sold marinated olives. Grabbing a jar, he handed the woman a €5 note. Once we were on our way again, he opened the lid and popped an olive into his mouth. Only in Italy would they eat olives like peanuts. When he held the jar toward me, I grabbed one, savoring the vinegary taste. From this moment forward, every time I ate an olive, I had a feeling I'd be reminded of walking through the town market with Dante Luciano at my side. I wondered if he'd think the same of me. "When you were a little boy, what did you want to be when you grew up?" I asked. I only had a few days left with him and was desperate to know everything, from his childhood hero to where he saw himself in 10 years. "A football player," he answered with a laugh. "What little boy doesn't? I played a little in university." "I thought you went to culinary school." I lifted a brow. "I did after finishing university. My mother insisted on it. It was over 20 years ago, and it didn't cost anywhere close to what college costs in the States, so it was manageable." "What did you study?" I asked, intrigued. "Journalism." "That explains it." "What?" "Your TV show. It's more like a documentary than a cooking show." Which is exactly what I wanted. I didn't want to just be paraded around like a monkey on another show where bored housewives would watch me prepare chicken parmigiana. He rolled his eyes. I couldn't help but sense his disdain for that kind of programming. I wanted to do something that hadn't been done to show people the rest of the world through the lens of food. He paused, studying me. "What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Italy?" "You," I answered, without hesitation. "Okay." He smiled, a twinkle in his eye. "How about before you met me?" I shrugged. "Pasta." "You just proved my point. Food is such a huge part of culture. Why not showcase that? Why didn't you pursue a career in journalism? Why did you completely change gears?" "Because it wasn't my passion. Food was." Some of my favorite memories of my childhood involve food, whether it be cooking in the kitchen with my mother or at family gatherings. "Me too." A warmth washed over me as I recalled some of my happier times as a child. "Really?" His voice rose in pitch. I was certain my admission surprised him particularly, based on the little information I'd shared about my family. I remember sitting in the kitchen after school with Gloria. I don't remember much else about my childhood, but I remember that. "Who's Gloria?" "Our housekeeper and my nanny," I explained. She would tell me all these amazing stories about growing up in Louisiana during the Civil Rights era. The food she made. A nostalgic smile crossed my mouth as I drew in a deep breath, almost able to smell the Old Bay and Cajun seasonings. "I bet she made a killer gumbo." "Did she ever?" I shot back enthusiastically. "Everything she made was incredible. Whenever I make a roux now, I remember how she taught me." "What was your favorite food?" Dante asked, obviously intrigued. We'd never really spoken much about food. I figured it would feel too much like work to him. "How can I pick just one? There must be one thing that, whenever you smell it, it makes your heart feel full, like it evokes memories of a happy time in your life." "Pasta bolognese seems to come to mind." I gave him a sly smile. "Me too," he answered, in a soft voice, then readjusted his expression. But before yesterday, what food evoked a feeling inside you? Popcorn, I said without a moment's hesitation. I'd dined at my fair share of five-star restaurants during my life. I'd been exposed to more gourmet meals than most people could imagine eating. I never felt anything when I was served beautiful presentations of food by white-gloved waitstaff. But every time I smelled popcorn, I felt a twinge of happiness. Popcorn! He lifted a brow, popping another olive into his mouth. I'm not so sure that counts as food. Why does it make you happy? It reminds me of the one day I felt like I had a real family. I admitted thoughtfully, looking straight ahead, my memories playing like a movie in my mind. My parents took me to Disneyland. I think I was maybe 7 or 8 at the time. They'd never spent much time with me. While all my friends seemed to do all these fun activities with their parents, like going to the beach or the park, my weekends were typically spent at home with Gloria while my parents were away doing whatever politicians do. But that weekend, I let out a contented sigh. I thought maybe I would finally have a real childhood. We went on all the rides and my parents actually smiled. They seemed to be having fun. And I can't tell you how much popcorn I ate that day. I couldn't get enough. I had popcorn before and have had more than my share of popcorn since, but nothing tasted as wonderful as the popcorn did on that day when I thought my parents actually loved me. I blinked back my tears, straightening my spine, as I fought to shrug off the painful memories of my past. But like everything else in their life, it was just a show, a way to remind voters that my father was a family man, that he was just like everyone else. I met Dante's eyes. His expression felt sympathy covering his face. I can barely remember what I had for breakfast a week ago, but I remember the popcorn I ate that day. He brought my hand to his mouth, kissing it. I promise I'll take you to Disneyland, and you can have all the popcorn you want. And I assure you it won't be just for show. I settled into the crook of his arm, his lips lingering on the top of my head as I basked in his promise to me. As much as I knew I shouldn't make plans for a future that wasn't in the cards, it gave me a small slice of comfort. I'd like that, I replied, my voice unconvincing. Chapter 15. I'll never tire of this view. A deep voice cut through my thoughts. Sunday evening, as I stood in the patio area behind Dante's house, admiring the vineyards surrounding me. We'd spent the day relaxing by the pool with Beatrice and her sons, more and more of Dante's family stopping by as the day wore on. It was wonderful to see them, but I was thankful it was now just us. Again, considering the number of hours we had left were limited. It is quite spectacular, I answered. Dante wrapped his arms around me, and I melted into him, losing myself in the moment. I was talking about you, he murmured, feathering kisses along my neckline. I sighed, reaching behind me to run my fingers through his hair. He grabbed my hand, peppering kisses down the inside of my arm, my skin warming under his touch. He spun me around, wrapping me in his tender embrace. He began to sway slowly, and I followed his lead. My gaze locked on his. Neither one of us uttered a word. I simply allowed myself to savor the moment. I knew this was one of those times I would always look back upon fondly, whenever I needed to feel I had worth, that I was capable of being loved. All I'd need to do was remember the time I danced with Dante underneath the Italian sky to the music in our hearts. I drew in a shaky breath through the ache in my chest that had grown stronger with each passing hour. My time here was almost at an end. Tomorrow, we would make our way back to Rome for my final night in Italy. Despite his efforts to keep the hope alive, I think he'd finally realized nothing he said or did would stop me from getting on that plane. I didn't exactly have much choice. From an immigration standpoint, I was here as a tourist, so I could only stay for 90 days anyway. Even if that weren't the case, I couldn't ignore the long list of reasons why I needed to leave to close the last chapter of my life, to learn to stand on my own 2 feet. My father. Despite racking my brain to come up with reasons why I should stay, only one remained. Dante. Was that one reason enough? Did that one reason outweigh the dozens of reasons I should leave? A few days ago, I was confident it didn't, but with each passing moment, my certainty had begun to wane. Dante ran his fingers through my hair, supporting my head. Licking his lips, he slowly lowered his mouth toward mine. There was something different about this kiss. It wasn't full of hunger or intensity, but it wasn't soft and sweet either. This kiss was full of something else entirely. Reverence, veneration, love. I arched my body into his deepening, the exchange, our tongues tangling. Tugging him closer, I moaned, desperate to feel more of him. More of his touch, more of his kisses, more of his fire. He pulled back. "Would you like to go for a walk?" "I'd rather go to bed," I responded playfully. "We'll get there. Don't worry. I want to walk with you." He stepped away from me, holding his hand out just like he always did. "Come." Unable to deny him anything, I linked my fingers with his, enjoying the warmth of his skin on mine as he led me from the patio area and down the dirt path, winding through row after row of vines. "What kind of grapes are these?" I asked, striking up a conversation. "Sangiovese. Is this where you make the wine we had at your restaurant?" "It is. There's a huge warehouse on the opposite side of the property where my winemakers work their magic. There's a tasting room too, but don't worry, no one comes this far back, apart from some of the farmers, to check on the grapes. But it's Sunday. No one works on Sunday here. It's a day to spend time with your family." I met his gaze smiling sweetly before I looked forward once more. Inhaling deeply, the smell of grapes and clean air filled me with despair. A lump formed in my throat as I thought how this was the last time I'd breathe in this particular aroma. I cleared my throat, cutting through the thick atmosphere. "So, when do you start shooting for your next season?" I was supposed to be heading to South Africa at the end of the month. From there, about 20 other locations. But I lifted a brow, sensing there was more. But some things are more important. Yes, I travel a lot and am constantly on the go, but whenever my family needs me, I will not hesitate to drop everything to be with them, even if it means taking a huge hit to my production budget. He swallowed hard, his expression becoming despondent. The truth is, I should still be shooting right now. I'd been filming in Mexico, but it was more important I be here. Why, I pushed my curiosity, getting the better of me. He paused, his eyes raking over me. Then he turned his gaze forward. "My mother's sick," he stated in a quiet voice. "She has been for a while." He looked at me. "Breast cancer." "Oh, Dante." I closed my eyes, shaking my head, wondering how much pain one man could possibly endure. Not only did he have to suffer through the one thing no parent should ever have to, but now his mother was fighting a form of the same disease. That's where I was when I told you I had business meetings in Rome. I was meeting her and my Uncle Massimo at her doctor appointments. I needed to hear her prognosis for myself. I had no idea. She didn't appear to be sick the other night. "That's Gabriella Luciano for you," he stated, a twinkle in his eyes. "She's always been an incredibly strong woman. If she'd had a particularly bad day at work, she never let it show. She'll always put on a smile and act as if she's not at the end of her time." "Is she at the end of her time?" Dante ran a hand through his hair, lowering his head. "She's been fighting this for years now. She's gone into remission more times than she cares to admit, only to have the cancer return. Last time she said, if it comes back, she's not going to fight it anymore. She'd rather live her final days happy, surrounded by the people who love her, than pumping her body full of chemicals, barely able to keep any food down." "How much?" "Doctors say maybe 3 months. It's spread to her brain." He drew in a shaky breath and offered me a sad smile. "But who knows? She may just prove them all wrong." I grabbed his hand in mine, squeezing. "I hope so." "Me too." We continued walking through the vineyards in silence. I wanted to imprint everything about it to memory. This place, this time, this feeling. I never wanted to forget it. I wished I could bottle it all up and bring it home with me so I could have it to cheer me up when I needed to feel something other than what I'd grown accustomed to. When we came to a small hill, he pulled me toward it, helping me climb up, cresting the top. I turned around, gazing over Dante's property as we stood beneath the shade of a tree that was probably older than the Declaration of Independence. His house sat in the distance toward the left. At the far right was a large warehouse attached to a brick building covered in ivy, which I assumed was the tasting room and where they made the wine. In between the two were acres upon acres of vines stretching as far as the eye could see. I'd never really put much faith in religion or any sort of higher power, but at that moment, gazing at the majesty before me, I couldn't help but thank God, if he or she did exist, for creating something so magnificent. "Would you like to sit?" he asked. "The sun will be setting in about 30 minutes. The view from this hill is amazing. It's one of the reasons I decided to buy this particular piece of property." I nodded slightly, following him to a shady area beneath the tree. Sitting beside him on the warm grass, I pulled my legs into my chest. A comfortable silence settled between us as we looked to the horizon, the sky turning a beautiful orange hue in preparation for the sun to disappear from view. A breeze blew around me, my hair falling in front of my face. I smoothed it behind my ear. Gloria had cancer, too, I admitted after some time had passed. She was there one day, gone the next. When I asked my mother what happened, all she told me was she didn't work for us anymore. I was 16 and had my own car, so I found out where she lived and went to see her, which was when I learned she had lung cancer. I made sure to visit her every day after school for nearly a year. One day, she wasn't there anymore. I wiped at the tear trickling down my cheek. I'd never allowed myself to mourn her death when I was younger. I was more angry at her than saddened over her passing. She was the only parental figure in my life, and I hated her for leaving me. Dante pulled me close, rubbing my back, remaining silent. She had 3 kids of her own, yet I never heard her complain once that she spent more time raising me. She had a beautiful soul. I guess that was why I always had trouble believing in fate or the idea of some higher power pulling the strings. I couldn't understand why anyone would want to take such a wonderful person so soon. I peered at him through inquisitive eyes. How could you possibly still believe in it after everything? Like I told you the other night, it's the only thing that keeps the hope alive, Eleanor. It's the only thing that keeps me from breaking down every time I see kids around the age Lily would have been. I must believe fate and karma are working together. I must trust the people responsible for Lily's death will pay for what they've done. And I have to trust that fate knows what it's doing. He clutched my cheeks in his hands. If I never got that phone call that my mother's cancer had returned and jumped on the first flight home, I never would have been sitting across the aisle from you. I love my mother with all my heart, and my daughter. Not 1 second of the day goes by where I don't think about her, about what she'd be doing if she were still here. He pulled my head closer to his. But everything that's happened in my life has led me to this point. What I feel for you. He licked his lips, drawing in a deep breath. I swallowed hard, the power and fervor in his eyes, in his voice, in his body making my mouth dry. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. I wasn't supposed to meet someone now, not when I didn't even know who I was. And he wasn't supposed to fall for me after just a few days. Love needed time to bloom, to grow. It didn't simply happen overnight. But there was no mistaking the affection behind Dante's eyes. I've never felt this way about anyone before. His lips feathered against mine. I pulled him toward me, holding on to him with everything I had. His mouth moving tenderly with mine. He gingerly lowered my back to the ground, hovering over me, running his fingers down the contours of my frame as he kissed me like it was the last time. Every inch of my body ignited with a riotous need. Dante's touch always seemed to have a unique effect on me. But this was different. I was different. Why me? I asked, with a tremble in my voice, as I stared at the affection in his gaze, just like I had on our first night together. But now that I knew exactly who he was, it didn't make any sense. This man could have any woman he wanted. Why not you? Because I told you I couldn't give you my heart. He trailed kisses up my neck, nibbling on my earlobe, his breath warming my skin. That doesn't mean I won't give you mine. Eleanor, you deserve to know you're loved, even if you don't return that love. I closed my eyes, fighting back my tears. Most women would be over the moon to hear a man as handsome, passionate, and benevolent as Dante declare his love to them. If this were a different time, a different place, I would have been thrilled too. But now, his admission only made my heart break even more, because as much as I'd done everything to remain guarded, to be able to walk away with my heart intact, Dante had blasted through those walls. He'd done the one thing I didn't think anyone could. He'd shown me how to fly. You've captured my heart, he continued, kissing my jawline, my neck, my chest. Don't ask me how or why, because I am just as confused by this as you are. He returned his eyes to mine. But I can't ignore these feelings. Not anymore. The moment I saw you, my heart felt something it hadn't in years. Even if you walk away, I'll forever be grateful to you for making me feel again. When he lowered his lips to mine, I wrapped my arms around him, kissing him fully. I hooked my leg over his waist, running my hands through his hair, desperate to feel him everywhere, to have him possess me, to have him consume me, my mind, my body, my heart. Eleanor, he began, pulling away. He stared at me, his expression intense, focused, loving. My chest rose and fell in a quicker rhythm, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew what he was about to say. I just didn't want to hear those words, not because I didn't want his love. I did. I wanted it, needed it, craved it. I was just petrified to admit I felt the same. Please don't, I begged. It's too hard otherwise. He kissed the tear that fell. It doesn't have to be. What's it going to take for you to realize that? I peered at him through sad eyes. More than just 3 words. It's not just 3 words to me, he said. It's everything. You're everything. He pressed his lips to mine briefly before leaning back, lifting the hem of my sundress. He silently asked for permission. I nodded. He raised the dress over my head, a burning desire filling his eyes as he gazed upon my exposed chest. Slowly, he brought his mouth to my breast, an unmatched yearning flowing through my veins. I tugged him closer, losing myself in the sensations overcoming me. I'd lost count of the number of times Dante and I had been intimate over the past week. But this was different. This was so much more than just foreplay or sex for him and for me. I'm scared, I murmured. He pulled back. Of what? Of you. Of what I feel for you. Of forgetting you. Of forgetting this. Oh, Eleanor. He pressed his lips to mine, kissing me sweetly. You will always have my heart and my love. No matter if you get on that plane, my love won't stop. With a light touch, he slid my panties down my legs, pulling back to shrug out of his t-shirt and shorts. Returning to me, his mouth captured mine. Say you want me. I want you. Say you need me. His demanding voice turned almost pleading, as if he couldn't go on if he didn't have my reassurance. Swallowing hard, I said, I need you. His muscles relaxed as relief seemed to wash over him. I need you, too, he admitted, settling between my legs, brushing my hair out of my eyes. He added, like lungs need oxygen, like the desert needs the rain, like a sparrow needs wings. He pushed into me, and I released a noiseless gasp, overwhelmed by his words, his body, his devotion. His motions were slow, measured, deliberate. He didn't even need to say the words. I knew everything he was feeling with the way he worshipped me, the way he held me, the way he made love to me. I raked my hands down his back, and he arched into me, a look of bliss rolling over him. This was what intimacy was supposed to be about. It was about sharing your heart, your soul, your love with another person through a physical act. Words were meaningless without action. With Dante, I didn't even need to hear the words. He proved it to me with the way he cared for me, the way he protected me, the way he looked at me, as if I were the most beautiful woman on the earth. I don't want to love you, I murmured against his lips as he brought me higher and higher. He ran his tongue down my jawline, nibbling slightly on my earlobe, and my body spiraled further and further toward the euphoria only this man could bring me to. "But you do," he stated, not even questioning. "I do," I admitted with a small sob. He crushed his mouth to mine, our tongues tangling as he kissed me with more passion than anyone ever had. I never wanted this moment to end. I never wanted to leave this man. I feared I'd never feel this way again. I just couldn't stay. Dante put his trust in fate. I needed to do the same. If we were truly meant to be together, fate would make sure our paths crossed when it was the right time for both of us. I had to believe that. It was the only thing that prevented my heart from shattering into thousands of pieces. I tried to hold on as long as I could, but the feeling of him moving so completely inside me was too much, and I came undone, murmuring his name as he moaned through his own release. We remained still for a while. Then Dante pushed up, giving me a soft kiss. Silence stretched between us as we dressed. I feared if I said anything, I'd break down, the lump in my throat excruciating. "I've wanted to do that since the moment I laid eyes on you," he said finally, pulling me into his embrace. "What's that?" I struggled to say. "Make love to you in the vineyard. I look forward to bringing you back here and making love to you in the barrel room." "Dante," I began, a hint of caution in my voice. "Shh." He hushed me, kissing the top of my nose. "Don't. Let me keep the hope alive for one more day." I met his eyes, seeing he was doing everything he could to mask his own pain. "Okay." I held his gaze a moment longer before turning toward the horizon, the sun almost gone from view. "For one more day." Chapter 16. There was a heaviness in my chest as I lay wide awake Tuesday morning, the sun beginning to peek through the blinds. I thought the previous day was difficult enough as I said goodbye to all of Dante's family, including his mother, knowing I'd probably never see her again. But that was nothing compared to the all-consuming ache that had settled in my limbs as we'd watched the sun set over Rome, wrapped in each other's embrace, the reality that it was the last one we would share for the foreseeable future, rendering us mute. We'd stayed up most of the night, neither one of us wanting to sleep. Every second counted, and we didn't want to waste a single one. As much as I'd allowed myself to live in the clouds this past week, I was now forced to face reality. And the reality was, in just a few hours, I'd be sitting on an airplane, heading back to whatever pieces of my life remained. I'd have to face my parents, my boss, possibly even Brock. I wondered if I'd ever again feel the happiness I'd experienced because of a chance meeting with a handsome Italian man. I swallowed hard at the notion, a lone tear falling down my cheek. I'd lost count of the number of tears I'd shed over the past 24 hours whenever I thought about having to say goodbye, having to walk away, having to try to live without a piece of my heart, always able to sense my unease. Dante snaked an arm around me, pulling me against him, my back to his front. He feathered kisses along my shoulder blades, his mouth warming my chilled skin. I pulled my lips between my teeth, fighting against the sob bubbling inside me, as I thought how this would be the last time I'd feel his arms pull me to him First thing in the morning, how I'd never again feel the scruff of his jawline against my skin. How I'd never again feel the heat of his body on top of mine. Shh, he soothed, gingerly pushing me onto my back. I closed my eyes, not wanting him to see how much this hurt me. It's going to be okay. He swiped at the tears falling steadily down my face. My chest heaving from my cries, he buried his head in my neck. It's going to be okay, he repeated, then pulled back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, desperation taking over. I grabbed the back of his neck and forced his lips to mine, kissing him fully, giving him everything I could, my heart, my soul, my love. It didn't matter that I'd only known him for such a short period of time in the grand scheme of things. I was absolutely certain this was the real thing. This was love. If I never saw Dante again after today, I'd forever be grateful that fate intervened and let me experience something I didn't think existed in real life. Tearing his lips from mine, he settled himself between my legs and pushed into me. He held my head in his hands, our bodies moving in time with each other. I kept my eyes locked on his, fully aware this would be the last time I'd feel him moving inside me, the last time I'd experience that warmth fill nearly every inch of me as he gave me everything he had, the last time I'd fall to pieces, a sensation of complete ecstasy enveloping me from the love we displayed through this simple act. 2049. The Vault Brig. I just need to make one quick stop, Dante said in an even tone. Pulling up in front of his restaurant later that morning. Don't worry, you'll still have plenty of time to make your flight. I nodded. Normally, I would have insisted we go straight to the airport, hating the idea of cutting it close for anything, especially international flights. I no longer worried about those things. If fate wanted me to miss my flight, I wasn't one to interfere. Not anymore. He jumped out of the car and headed to my side, opening my door, holding his hand toward me. I took it and he helped me out, then led me away from the restaurant. Where are we going? I asked, stealing a glance at him. There was a weariness about him, his eyes lacking the usual excitement and vitality they had when we'd first met. It's a surprise, he responded, recovering, shooting me a mischievous smile. We continued in silence, walking the same path we did my first night in town when he accompanied me to the Trevi Fountain. I wished I could rewind the clock to that night. I remembered feeling so free, so full of hope. Now all I felt was my heart breaking, unsure how I'd survive without this man who was a complete stranger last week. Are you certain you'll be okay at Mila's? Dante asked, as we passed the same alley he'd dragged me to all those nights ago. Of course, I assured him. She and her husband live in a suburb north of Hollywood. My parents and Brock would have to sit in traffic for over an hour just to get there. He shot me a concerned look, silently reminding me that Brock had spent 12 hours on a flight to come find me. An hour in traffic wouldn't be that big a deal. I'll be fine. They have 2 kids and family is constantly stopping by. Not to mention, the town is Soccer Mom Central. He lifted a brow. Soccer Mom Central. Yeah. A bunch of bored housewives who have nothing better to do than watch all the comings and goings of the neighborhood. Trust me, If anyone even attempted to stop by, it would be on the 5 o'clock news before you could say Botox. I looked forward once more, soaking in the sights and smells of Rome in the morning. Plus, her husband works for the FBI. It's really the only place I've ever felt safe. He bit his lips. I could tell he didn't like the idea of me returning to Los Angeles, where I could run into my father or Brock. I had no plans to go out of my way to see Brock. My father was a different story. Had I never overheard Dante's phone conversation, I would have done everything to free myself from the control my parents had over me. But now, I needed to spend time with my father in the hopes I could uncover the answers Dante needed. As we rounded the corner, I stopped in my tracks when the fountain came into view. But that wasn't what caught me off guard. It was the lack of people. It was 9 in the morning, a time of day the fountain was typically buzzing with activity. Instead, the whole plaza was empty. Police barricades set up to keep the public away. What's going on? Are they shooting something here today? Being from LA, whenever I saw barricades, I immediately assumed it was due to filming. Not exactly. Come. He pulled me with him, nodding at one of the officers, who stepped aside, allowing us access to the roped-off area. What are you doing? I asked, struggling to keep up with his long strides. I wanted to give you something to remember me by, he explained. Coming to a stop directly in front of the fountain, he grabbed both of my hands in his, facing me. You already have, I said in earnest. A smile crossed his lips, but it was lacking its normal frivolity. It was troubled, pained, broken. Then maybe I wanted to give myself one more memory. Give us one more memory. Letting go of my hands, he reached into his pocket. He hesitated, his lips parting. My chin trembled as I stared at the despair and sadness covering his expression. So, tell me, Eleanor from Southern California, he began in an uneven tone, clearing his throat as he tried to hide his emotions. What'll it be? 1, 2, or 3 coins? He held his hand out, displaying 3 euro coins, just like our first night here. A tightness in my chest. I kept my eyes glued to him. I took 1 euro coin from his outstretched hand, unable to utter a single syllable through the pain in my throat, in my soul, in my heart. Not looking for love, he mused, just as he had that first night together. Although his voice lacked the flirtatious quality it had back then, now it was full of longing. Pinching my lips together, I slowly shook my head, my chin quivering. How can I be searching for something I've already found? He pulled my body into his as I allowed my emotions to overtake me, my sobs consuming me, soaking his dark shirt. At that moment, I wished I'd never gotten on that plane, that I'd picked some different location to escape to. I hated the thought of leaving this man, this place, of never feeling as alive as Dante had made me feel the past few days. It doesn't have to be this way. He cupped my cheeks in his strong hands, forcing me to look at him. There was an urgency about him. We don't have to say goodbye. His eyes turned pleading. I could see this was hurting him as much as it was me. We can figure this out. Together. I shook my head, barely able to see through my kaleidoscope eyes. I wished I could give him the answer he wanted, that I'd take a risk and do everything I could to make it work between us. I want to say yes so badly, but I can't. Not now. I pulled my lips between my teeth. I've never had to do anything for myself. My parents paid for my college and law school, then got me my job. I've never paid for my own apartment, never got a job based on my qualifications, other than my last name. If I don't do this, if I don't go back home and learn to stand on my own 2 feet, if I don't learn how to swim on my own, I'll drown. It's okay to depend on other people, he argued frantically, desperation taking over. If I didn't have the support of my family, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead right now. Dante, please, I begged, too stubborn to listen. We've been living in the clouds all week. If I stay, we'll never come down. I'm afraid we'll crash and burn. How do you know? He pushed, his gaze growing intense. How do you know we won't? My voice was barely audible as I drew in a shaky breath. You say you believe in fate. You need to trust that if we're truly meant to be together, fate will make it so. Every love story has a struggle, a time when all hope is lost. I smiled a small smile, hoping with everything I had that the words I spoke were true. Maybe this is our struggle. Maybe we need to suffer through this pain so when we finally find our happy ending, we'll never take each other for granted. What's going to happen now? He asked in a pained voice. You refuse to give me your phone number, your email address, anything to contact you. I need to have it this way, Dante. I peered into his eyes. You're my strength, but also my weakness. If you contact me, if I know you're just a phone call or email away, I'll break down and lean on you. I can't do that. Not right now. But I placed my hand on his cheek. We need to learn to find comfort in the idea that we can look at the same sun, the same moon, the same stars. We'll go on and adjust to what life is like with a piece of our heart missing. I choked out, and every night we'll pray to the same heaven that if we're truly meant to be together, fate will make it so. He pressed his forehead against mine as I clutched onto his back, squeezing my eyes shut. I'd waited nearly 3 decades to finally experience what love felt like. I thought being born to parents who never cared about me was the most painful thing possible. But I was wrong. Having to walk away from this man who had shown me what unconditional love was hurt more than anything I'd thought possible. It felt like someone ripped out my heart, twisting and squeezing it. I want you to promise me something. I pulled away, meeting his sad eyes. Get the answers you need, regardless of where you find them. What do you, Lily? You need to know the truth. Promise me you'll do whatever it takes to get to the truth. Whether James is behind it all. I paused, giving him a knowing look, or someone else. As despair covered his face, I sensed he knew exactly what I was trying to tell him. Even if it means someone I care about gets hurt along the way. I caressed his face, wiping his few tears with my thumbs. Maybe that someone would rather you no longer live with the pain that's been burdening you since Lily's death. Maybe that someone knows how important it is for you to have answers so you can close this chapter in your life. My chin trembled, my voice catching. Maybe that someone wants to repay the gift you've given her. And what's that? Hope, faith, love. Dante fished a monogrammed handkerchief out of his pocket, wiping my cheeks with it. Ours will forever be my favorite love story, he said in that deep baritone I'd hear in my dreams until I drew my last breath. No matter how it ends. I clutched his hand as he ran it along my face, staring into his deep pools of affection. "I love you, Dante," I admitted. His shoulders fell when he heard me finally say those 3 words to him, "And I will always love you, my beautiful Eleanor." He placed a soft kiss on my forehead. Sempre e per sempre. Chapter 17. This is a final boarding call for Alitalia Flight 620 to Los Angeles. An accented female voice announced on the overhead speakers, "All ticketed and confirmed passengers, please proceed to gate E34. I lifted my eyes from the monogrammed handkerchief I'd been staring at for the past several hours, wondering if I'd made the right decision. Standing, I drew in a deep breath, my boarding pass clutched firmly in my hand, looking back and forth between the jetway and the terminal, still torn. As I'd sat in the gate area, I'd gone through my mental lists of the pros and cons of staying and going, not one reason outweighing the other. I'd never been so confused in my life. I'd never been so unsure of a decision before, especially at the 11th hour. "Signorina," a voice said. "Yes." I whipped my head in its direction, staring into the dark eyes of a petite brunette wearing an airline uniform. "Are you supposed to be on this flight?" I opened my mouth, unsure of how to respond. Was I supposed to be on this flight? Was that what fate really wanted me to do up until this moment? I was certain of the course I should take, that I should get on that plane and go home, that my reasons for leaving Dante justified my decision. Now I wasn't sure. "I just need 1 minute," I answered. "We'll be closing the doors in 5 minutes," she warned me. "Thank you." I folded the handkerchief, returning it to the pocket of my suit jacket, stilling when my fingers landed on a cold metal object. I pulled it out and brought it in front of my eyes, staring at the 50-cent euro coin Dante had given me to throw into the fountain earlier today. We'd been so wrapped up in saying goodbye that I never tossed it. I blinked repeatedly, wondering if this were a sign. Should I go back to the fountain and throw it in? Or maybe it was bigger than that. Maybe I'd forgotten to toss it for a reason. As I stared at the coin, I couldn't help but feel like I'd been here before, had done this same thing. "Just make a decision already. Will you?" I urged Mila. My parents were out of town and we were planning to go on one last adventure before going our separate ways for college. We were supposed to leave in the morning, but Mila had yet to decide between Santa Barbara or San Francisco. "Why can't we just get in the car and go where it decides to take us?" she said in an airy voice, brushing me off. "Because I'm the one driving the car, so I need to know which direction to steer it. You worry too much, Ellie. Sometimes you need to let life take you on the path it wants you to go on." I huffed, crossing my arms in front of my chest. "Mila, please." She looked up from her magazine, sighing. "Fine. How about we flip a coin? Heads, we go to the beach. Tails, we go to Alcatraz." "Flip a coin." I wrinkled my nose. "Why don't we just make a list of pros and cons that seems more practical?" She got up from my bed and rummaged through my desk, finding a dollar coin I still had from my trip to Australia last year. "You need to learn to live a little, Ellie. Stop thinking and just roll with the punches." Grinning, she tossed the coin into the air. The following day, we were on our way to San Francisco, where she'd met Stephen, the man she ended up marrying, all because of the flip of a coin. Smiling to myself, I repeated Mila's words from all those years ago. "Stop thinking and just roll with the punches. I formed a fist around the coin, looking above me. Okay, fate, you decide. Heads I go, tails I stay. I muttered a silent prayer, then tossed the coin into the air. The seconds stretched into an immeasurable quantity as I watched it flip over and over again, then begin falling. Holding my palm out, I caught it, then placed it on my opposite hand, keeping it covered. This is it, I thought, wondering if I was crazy to determine my future based on the toss of a coin. Dante believed it was fate that brought us together. I had to believe fate would reunite us when the time was right. And if fate wanted us to be together now, she'd send me a sign. Briefly closing my eyes, I lifted my hand, peering at the coin. I let out the breath I'd been holding, then slung my laptop bag over my shoulder, heading in the direction fate had prescribed for me. To be continued. Acknowledgements. This is always the part of every book that is the hardest to write. Okay, maybe the second hardest. I loathe writing sex scenes, even though I love the final product. But that's a discussion for another day. There are always so many people who help with the process of releasing a book into the world. Some who physically put their mark on the book, and others who are simply there to offer me the encouragement I need to keep going day after day. First, I need to thank my wonderful husband, whose support has never wavered since this all began nearly 5 years ago now. I couldn't do this without him stepping in and helping with little Harper Leigh, so I can have a little bit more time to write when I need it. Another big thank you to my wonderful group of beta readers, Lynn, Stacy, Melissa, Joelle, Victoria, Sylvia. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time to read this, then read it again when I decided to change things around a bit. Your willingness to drop everything to offer me your thoughts means so much. There's only one person I'd ever trust with my book babies, and that's Kim Young. She is such a fantastic editor to work with, always going above and beyond to make my story even better. I couldn't do this without her analytical eyes, and am forever grateful I found her. On that same note, thank you to the lovely Laura Rossi for taking the time out of her own writing schedule to look over all the Italian in this book to make sure it's correct. I am eternally grateful to call you a friend. A huge thanks to Emily and all the ladies at Social Butterfly for helping me with this crazy project of mine, especially with a release a month. Just when I think we have a second to breathe, we're gearing up for yet another release. So, thanks for all you do in keeping me organized. Thanks to my wonderful reader group and my street team who help spread the word about my books all over the place. You're the reason I've been able to stay independently published. So, thank you for loving my words enough to take time out of your own schedules to promote me. On that same note, thank you to all you amazing bloggers out there who volunteer to read and review our books, even when you may not be in the mood for that particular book. The industry wouldn't be able to survive without all you do for us. And last but not least, thanks to you, my wonderful readers. Whether you're a new TK reader or you've been with me since the early days, thanks for taking a chance on my work. I am truly humbled by all your support. This is just the beginning of Dante and Ellie's story. There's so many more twists and turns to come, and I can't wait to share the continuation with you in March of 2018. Peace and love. Sign Books by T.
K.